What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, May 7th, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, breaking Dallas Cowboys news. The boys have made an early morning trade. We've got the latest details. Plus, Texas baseball bounces back and takes down Lamar in the final midweek game of the year. We've got some Longhorn football to get into. The latest from the NBA and NHL playoffs as road teams have continued to dominate the second round. We've got the as-promised poop story that we teased but did not get to yesterday. We're going to talk about the ACL lineup getting released. I'm curious how many names the Buck knows. We've got plenty of sports and plenty of fun to get into over the next 2 hours right here on TSU. Appreciate everyone tuning in this morning, and a happy hump day to everyone this morning. How are you, my man?
I'm good, man. Good. Just rocking and rolling, getting through this month of May. Got to remember this, on Friday, I have a daughter who has a birthday. I got them on the birthdays March, April, and May for my kids, which one is on the 2nd, one is on the 7th, and 2 and 7 equals 9. So the third one's on the 9th on that next month. So that's how I figure out their birthdays.
Good planning.
March, April, May, 2 and 7 equals 9, yes.
Y'all made it easy. Well done.
Well, it's just the only problem is I always forget which one is which one of the kids it is.
You just text all three of them on each day, like, hey, happy birthday, I think.
Yeah, I got the two girls mixed up, so I got this one. I got this one down now, so I'm ready to go. And that's the final stretch there for a while. I don't do like grandkids' birthdays. Their mamas and daddies have to call me and tell me and remind me. That's not my deal. Somebody else is in charge of that.
You don't have the calendar on the fridge or anything like that?
No papers, no little paintings on the fridge. That's what my house used to look like. Shit was lined up all over the front of the fridge. Couldn't even get your hand to the handle. There was so much junk on there.
Oh, every good parent is a good actor out there, because you have to pretend like your child's school artwork actually looks good, and you've got to display it all over your house when deep down it sucks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What are you going to do? Yeah. Or the Mother's Day ashtray or the Father's Day tie. You wear it around the house, and then you use it for the tail on a kite at some point,
Yeah. Oh, look, sweetie, I love it. It's hanging on the fridge. And deep down, you're like, this is the worst thing ever because it's a 4-year-old's art. I don't want this.
No. And for the folks that frame that and take it to their office, wow.
Yeah.
That's a good one. But I did tell you that the lady who stopped me the other day said, you said you were going to be at the T-ball game. And there she was. She's a listener to TSU. She was at that T-ball game that I was at. I said, oh, yeah. When I say I'm going to T-ball, I'm going to T-ball.
Shout out T-ball lady for tuning in.
Absolutely. That's awesome. That was awesome. But I'm doing okay. Just, trying to get some stuff ready for the golf tournament next week. Got to remember that's coming up too.
The 24th annual Mullet Open will be happening 1 week from Friday. Looks like you're going golfing today, too.
Yeah, I'm going out to Lost Pines to talk to those folks and make sure everything is all set for next week. And, I talked to our good buddy Jonathan Banks last week when I was doing my driving around. He said, I'm in for the 25th annual Mullet Open. Yeah. So Mike from Breaking Bad and 48 Hours, or I guess that was the movie. He's been in a lot of stuff. He's doing some Netflix stuff right now. He said, right now, count me in. I think he lives in Albuquerque now.
There you go.
Once they made that film there, he really liked that town. Once they did Breaking Bad, they filmed it there. He didn't go back. He has a house in Cali on the beach. Is one house caught on fire, but they rebuilt. But he stayed there. He said he likes the people of Albuquerque.
Well, he made a lot of money in that city,
I guess.
Yeah, slinging meth. That was a lucrative business for him for years.
So I'm thinking, dude, what about your country club living? Let me play the switcheroo with you. I said, I know you had to belong to a club in Cali. I said, what do you do? He goes, I got a nice little old club. Same old guys play golf. And he said, unassuming guys. We just have a couple beers. Nobody's thinking who I am. They just try to take my money, you know. And so he thinks, he'll be turning 78. And I said, so
Wow.
retirement in the works? He says, first of all, he said, they pay me too much. I'm like, yeah, well, yeah, you're a movie star. They probably pay you too much.
Yeah.
But he said, it's, memory's good, energy's there. So he's going to keep on doing stuff. He's got some 7-part series that's coming out where he plays another bad guy, like a bad dad. The last one I saw him in was a movie called Mudbone. And boy, was he played a racist. I said, boy, did that part come too easy for you, you know?
Well, he is an old white guy after all.
He made that part look very easy. But everything's good. Everything's good, May, June. I mean, we're almost back around to football again. It's just around the corner. It's not that far away,
Yeah, we'll have football played in, 2 months, but real football played in 3 months. The preseason in the NFL starts in 2 months in July, but obviously college football gets going at the end of August. High school football will get going at the end of August,
yeah.
and then the NFL's regular season gets rolling in early September. So it will
No,
be here before you know it.
no doubt about it. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the great job that you do. We do appreciate it each and every day. And to you and your families, do be safe out there. So we will be at St. Patrick on Friday.
We will be at St. Patrick this
Nice.
Friday doing our special Mother's Day show.
Look out.
And get your Yo Mama jokes ready.
Man.
Because we'll be slinging those all day long. And of course, we'll have our world famous QVC segment with Jay, trying to get you guys and gals some last minute Mother's Day gifts for the most important woman in your life.
There you go.
And if you're lucky enough to still have your mom, I say my blessings every night.
Yep.
I still got mine. So make sure you take care of her this weekend and give her a call. You don't have to wait till Sunday, too. You can call her today, check in on her.
And then check in again on Sunday.
Check in on her again on Sunday. All right, Buck, you talked about it. Football right around the corner. How about a big trade in the NFL this morning involving your Dallas Cowboys?
Your Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, shoot. I'm trying to pass off claim of them to other people, but
no, you need to stop that. They belong to you.
They are my favorite team, and well, I think it's better to be a Cowboys fan than to be a Vikings fan.
Almost.
Cowboys at least have the history. The Vikings are better right now, but
they're just they're like the Buffalo Bills, nothing but losers.
Give me door number 3, please.
Yeah.
But the Cowboys are apparently trading for Steelers wide receiver George Pickens, and this thing broke in the 5 o'clock hour this morning, and Adam Schefter has pretty much confirmed it within the last hour. The deal is reportedly for a 3rd-round pick and some late-round pick swaps between the Cowboys and the Steelers. George Pickens has 1 year remaining on his rookie contract, which kind of explains the low-ish price. So the Cowboys might have to get something done in terms of a new contract this offseason. But it sounds like this is happening, Buck. The Cowboys surprised a lot of people, you and I included, by not drafting a wide receiver last weekend. Apparently, they had bigger plans. George Pickens coming to town.
But what do you think they were doing? Just sitting around doing nothing?
Well, it was funny because Jerry Jones in his pre-draft press conference said he was working on some substantive trades. And then the draft goes by and the Cowboys don't really do anything close to substantive. And it's like, all right, classic Jerry just saying stuff again. This old senile man is losing his memory and he should never take what he says seriously. But reports are starting to come out that the Cowboys were in talks with Pittsburgh before the draft about a Pickens deal. Things kind of fell through. It didn't work out then. And I guess they picked up conversations again in recent days. Now they find a way to get this done.
Yeah, well, they figured out Aaron Rodgers is done. He ain't going to Pittsburgh. He's not going to have anybody to throw to. He really is not going to Pittsburgh. That thing is going to be. It's a shame that the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to have to redo their entire team, especially with with Watt there in his prime right now. You're going to lose out on a great time when they're playing good defense now because you're going to have to kind of start all over. Now they have no receiver. If Aaron Rodgers came there, who's he going to throw to? Got nobody to throw to.
Well, it's funny you say that because I also had an Aaron Rodgers takeaway on this,
Oh no.
and it was the exact opposite of you. George Pickens is kind of a head case, right? Like,
Well, he is. He's going to work well with the Cowboys. He fits right in with that culture.
yeah. So I think that's why Pittsburgh was willing to trade him despite his great production in his first 3 years in the league. Let me answer your first question first. Don't forget the Steelers went out and traded for DK Metcalf and signed him to a
Oh,
long-term.
yeah, you're right. That's right. They do have a
So
receiver.
they've got him. They just signed Robert Woods in free agency. They've got Calvin Austin, who's a solid young receiver in this league. I mean, look at George Pickens is really good. So from a
Robert
talent
Woods is an
perspective,
old dude. And Robert Woods kind of old.
yeah, Robert Woods is kind of old. I mean, it's now DK Metcalf and a bunch of for
Yeah.
Pittsburgh at wide receiver. But my thought was, man, Aaron Rodgers, maybe the biggest head case in NFL history. George Pickens looking like a pretty big head case in his own right. Maybe the Steelers are like, there is no way we can put these two guys together and get anything productive out of our passing game this year.
Yeah, so they're better off without one of them. So now they can go full bore in Aaron Rodgers, you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much one affects the other. I still think the Steelers want Aaron Rodgers. Even if George Pickens was on the team, I still think they would have wanted to get Aaron Rodgers. But this is just one less headache they'll have to deal with if they do bring in AR-12. Because that's what Pickens is. Look, you can't deny the talent. I mean, he's put up great numbers in his first 3 years in the NFL. How about 2,841 yards and 12 touchdowns in his career? This past season in a vacuum, 59 catches, 900 yards, and 3 touchdowns. And what makes George Pickens really good, he was the best deep threat in the league last year. That's according to Pro Football Focus. More catches, more yards, and the best receiving grade in the NFL
He can go
on
get
deep
those
balls.
50-50 balls. He's a big dude. He goes gets it.
Yeah, he's fast, he's big, he can win those 50-50 battles, and it's exactly what the Dallas Cowboys needed. Like, they needed a
Yeah.
complement to CeeDee Lamb, but they also needed somebody who could stretch the field vertically, and, well, that's what George Pickens is. So, on the field, this is about as good of a fit as the Cowboys could have realistically asked for if they were looking for a receiver who was available.
Yeah, yeah, I would agree. I think it's okay. Once again, he fits the culture because he's a diva all the way. He and CD Lamb together, this is going to be something. That I hope this works out for Jerry, you know,
Yeah.
but that guy is truly a head case.
Yeah, he is. He is. And again, that's why he was available. It's two reasons why the Cowboys were able to get Pickens for a third. Number one, the off the field stuff and just the drama that he brings to the table. He is a good
Yes.
wide receiver after all. Those things tend to go together. And number two, he's got 1 year left on his contract. I'm going to ask you a question, Buck. Do you know who George Pickens' agent is?
Uh, dude from Austin. He's not. No, he's not Lee Steinberg. Lee Steinberg didn't sneak in on George Pickens. He's too young for Lee.
How about David Mulligetta?
I was going to say, the guy, David lives around here. He spends
Does
a lot
he?
of time. Yeah,
I know he spends a lot of time around here, but
yeah.
didn't know he lived
I think he
here.
has a home here, at Mulligetta. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
David Mulligetta, who is also the agent of one Micah Parsons.
Yes,
Remember, about a month ago, Jerry Jones was asked about the Micah extension talks, and he's like, yeah, I don't even know who his agent is.
you're going to
Who?
know him really well.
And then Micah Parsons took to Twitter right after that and is like, yeah, there are no workarounds. There are no hometown discounts here. If you're signing a deal with me, you're going to be dealing with David Mulligetta.
And that guy
So
gets his money.
that guy's one of the best
He's
agents
like
in the
Scott
game.
Boras. He gets his money.
Yeah, I mean, look at Deshaun Watson's contract, right? He is a David Mulligetta client, and Deshaun Watson, coming off of a bunch of lawsuits, was able to get a fully guaranteed $250 million deal from the Cleveland Browns, despite
Yeah,
not
so he's
playing the
gonna.
year before.
Yeah, and if he
So,
has, I mean, you got to expect Pickens to have a good year because he's going to get that. He's not. He's going to. They're going to have to cover CD Lamb. He's going to get a lot of single coverage.
yeah. In a perfect world, the Cowboys can let George Pickens play out his rookie contract.
Sure.
Right, go make them earn it. And you always want guys on contract years because they generally play better and put up bigger numbers.
Absolutely.
So they're trying to get bigger contract numbers. But I don't know if that's the case. I think part of the reason why Pittsburgh traded this dude is because he wanted a long-term deal right now. and they weren't so sure about giving it to him. So they're like, all right, we don't want to deal with this. Let's get what we get so we don't get nothing by letting him walk in free agency next year. So I think.
Yeah, it's not like he's with an organization that hadn't won. So that's, that can't be like, don't you want to win? Don't you want to win? Well, he goes, well, I just got through playing for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So I'm not, this isn't Minnesota or Buffalo that we haven't got anything done. I come from a winning organization.
Yeah, I mean, the Cowboys have won more in George Pickens' career than the Steelers have.
Well, yeah, but I'm just talking about the history of
sure. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, George Pickens has not been a part of
the history of the.
I was gonna say, like they know it. Obviously, the Steelers are a legendary franchise, but they haven't done.
That doesn't do anything for their wallets.
No, not at all. So, look, the Cowboys, I think, have proven in the Jerry Jones era that they are willing to trade for wide receivers. They don't make a ton of trades, but they seem willing to go out and get pass catchers. I mean, hell, they just traded for Jonathan Mingo 6 months ago. Yep. So that's 2 wide receiver trades in the last half year. Obviously, the Joey Galloway trade back in the day, the T.O. trade, the Amari Cooper trade. Like Dallas, for as little as Jerry Jones has done in terms of deal making, he has been willing to go out there and make trades for wide receivers. So instead of drafting, that's kind of been the MO for Jerry over the last 2 decades.
Yeah, and if you're going to get a good one, you're going to get a diva. You're right. If they're good, they're wide receivers, they're going to be a diva.
Yeah. And now, man, I think you have to add George Pickens to Micah Parsons. Like that's another long-term deal the Cowboys probably need to get done this offseason. I think, Micah Parsons should still be priority number 1 because he's your best defensive player, maybe the best player on your team, and better than George Pickens. But now I think Jerry Jones is going to have to learn who David Mulligetta is pretty quickly because he's got to get 2 deals done with that guy.
Yeah. And like you said, there's no hometown discount coming out of either one of them probably.
No. Yeah. Well, George Pickens is in a new hometown, so he's going to be like, well, I've got the leverage here since you guys have to pay me because you traded for me and you don't want to trade for somebody who's going to hold out, right?
Oh, no, they need him.
So go ahead and give me what I want. But, man, this is good. I mean, you wanted the Cowboys to get some help for Dak Prescott. That was my number 1 priority for this offseason. The Cowboys draft a couple of offensive linemen, including a first-round pick on Tyler Booker. You bring in Jaden Blue, who is a great pass-catching running back, who's going to help Dak in the passing game. And then now you go out and make a trade for George Pickens. You obviously made the Jonathan Mingo trade. Jury's still out on him. But you've got CeeDee Lamb, of course, who's one of the best receivers in the game. Like you're giving Dak the help that you talked about giving him. So it's a good move.
You got to – I'll just say this. You got to get that Micah Parsons deal done sooner than later. That just needs to – the guy needs to come into camp being excited about – new contract, being a Cowboys for the rest of his life, the whole deal. This is the kind of attitude they have to go in with. Yeah, we think we can win a lot, but we're going to pay him a lot. But we want that dude happy because you want him happy throughout the team,
Right. Yeah, and look, the Cowboys will get it done, but they'll drag it out to the very last second.
Oh, no, they're not going to.
They already have. What do you mean they're not going to? They already have. They've already waited longer than they should have waited.
All these outside guys have been signed for big contracts.
Yeah, exactly. They've already waited longer than they should have waited. We've lost millions of dollars by doing so.
Money grows on trees?
I don't know. Well, for Jerry Jones, it kind of does. I mean, obviously, you've got a salary cap in the NFL, so even if money for him and other ventures grows on trees, you can't really spend it on your players more than any other team. But yeah, the deal is official. The Cowboys have traded a 2026 third and a 2027 fifth to the Pittsburgh Steelers in exchange for George Pickens and a 2027 sixth. So again,
they wanted that dude out of there, didn't they?
Yeah. Well, it just feels like the Steelers' relationship with him kind of ran its course. He's a talented player, but they didn't want to deal with him for another year. And Pittsburgh, this is the scary part for Dallas because Pittsburgh generally does a good job of moving on from wide receivers at the right time. Chase Claypool, a good example in recent years. They traded him to the Bears. They got a second-round pick for that dude, and he's been a total bum in Chicago. Antonio Brown, right? The Steelers were criticized for getting rid of him. When they got rid of him, it was clear that he was done with his career. And he talked
Is he
about, hey,
done? Is he actually done?
he's not in the league. He's not
I
on our
mean,
team.
will he make a comeback?
I don't know. I'm sure he would like to, but this is it's the Shador Sanders conversation. Like, is the talent worth the circus? I
No.
think right now with AB, I mean, he's 36. He's about to turn 37. So
You're
I don't know
right.
how many wide receivers who rely on their speed as much as that dude did are getting it done at that age. But yeah, no, that's the scariest part here is the Steelers have a very good track record of knowing when to move off of receivers. And they are moving off of George Pickens despite a 900-yard season. And again, almost 3,000 yards in his first 3 seasons. Hopefully the Cowboys can keep him in check, and hopefully the on-field success continues.
Wow.
But there's some definite risk involved there. All right, we'll take your thoughts, Cowboys fans. The breaking news in the NFL. Dallas has itself a new number 2 wide receiver. The code of text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Get involved with the show. You are the most important part of the show. Buck, before we shift gears, we got some Longhorn baseball to get into. We've got to talk about the NHL and NBA playoff action from last night. Before any of that, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, the folks at Relax the Back embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle, and my back could not be happier, believe me. Over 20 years in this beautiful leather chair of mine from Relax the Back, I love it. It gives me the kind of support that I need for my thoracic, especially my thoracic back, which I had reconstructed over 20 years ago. This chair is fabulous, and they've got a chair just for you. A recliner, a chair, a Tempur-Pedic pillow, or mattress at Relax the Back. And if you know somebody that's suffering, please get them over there. Get them to get into the right kind of office chair, whether your office is at home or on the road. You need to have a chair that's going to make you feel comfortable, and especially for your neck, your hips, and your back, folks. And they've got 2 great locations, one at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, right across the street from Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. And our man Tom McKay of AV Consultations has texted in this morning asking about your hockey plays from last night.
Yeah,
we'll get to those in a second. But first, a word on our man Tom McKay and audio-visual consultations. Y'all have heard us talking about AV Consultations for a long, long time now. They have hooked us up. They have hooked up thousands of Central Texans since 1988. If you were looking to upgrade your home TV setup, you've got to reach out to the pros at AV Consultations. Don't just take our word for it. Go online to their website, avconsultations.com, or check out their social media. Look at the gallery of projects they've done over the last few decades. Get some ideas for your home, and then make the call. You can also look at their 5-star reviews and testimonials online. I mean, these guys are legit. They are the best in the business. TVs, surround sound, whole home lighting, interior and exterior lighting. They can do surveillance. They can even do golf simulators in your home if you're really thinking big here in 2025. But it's such a great time to be a sports fan right now. The playoffs, Major League Baseball, college baseball, and like the Buck said earlier, football will be back before you know it. It's a great time to call AV Consultations. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. Or you can find out more online at avconsultations.com.
very nice.
Yes, indeed. Love them, and love centextickets.com as well. The final regular season series of the season for Texas baseball is this weekend. I should say the final home regular season series. I don't know if I said that. They've got 2 more series, but this is the last weekend in Austin, Texas, and Florida. If you want tickets to attend any or all 3 of the upcoming games, head over to centextickets.com. I just saw the ACL lineup get released yesterday. If you want to get your tickets for Austin City Limits this fall, they've got you covered. centextickets.com. Any sport, any concert, any festival, any comedy show, all there in one place. Just make sure you use the promo code CENTEX10, and you're going to get 10% off of checkout. It's an easy thing to remember, right? You get a 10% discount. CENTEXtickets.com. Type in the code CENTEX10, and they will take care of you.
Very nice.
All right, Buck. The Texas baseball team bounced back last night.
They beat that dude named Lamar?
They beat that dude named what? They beat that dude named Lamar.
Did they beat him bad?
The final score was 9-3, which is beating them pretty bad.
Yeah.
This was a 4-3 game going into the bottom of the 8th inning. And
Wow.
thankfully, the Longhorns were able to break some things open with a 5-run bottom of the 8th inning. And Texas did all of their work with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. So this was a 1-run game with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th before the Longhorns put together a string of big hits. Started with Casey Borba hitting a 2-run Borba bomb. Rylan Galvan, a few batters later, hit a 2-run double. Jalen Flores brought him in with an RBI single. So it was a little tougher and testier than any of us wanted, but Texas ended up making sure that it was a good night. They blew it open at the very end. And
Very
yeah,
good.
it was an offensive struggle for the Horns early. I mentioned Texas had 4 runs in the first 7 innings. They only scored because Lamar kept walking people. That dude named Kendrick Lamar, about 16 walks.
Who do they think they are? Texas?
I'm telling you. Yeah, as bad as Texas was in Fayetteville, I think the most walks the Longhorns had against Arkansas in a game was 10, which is way too many. But Lamar had 16 walks last night.
Well, that makes for a long game.
Texas scored 2 of its first 4 runs on bases loaded walks. They also scored a run on a bases loaded hit by pitch last night. So they had loaded the bases 5 times yesterday.
5 times?
They just couldn't get a big hit. They couldn't get the big hit to make it a blowout early on. I mean, this should have been a run rule. If Texas could just get a couple of timely hits, this thing would have gotten out of hand early, but they couldn't find the big hit. Lamar kept wiggling out of bases loaded jams.
They were nervous. Their surroundings was a little nerve-wracking for them. Because, hey, you do that against a team like the Bobcats, look out.
Yeah, your Bobcat is much better than mine.
Yeah, don't do that against the Bobcats. You can get away with that with Lamar.
You're a big Texas State guy, so I should have known you had a good Bobcat impression.
That's part Bobcat, part Nittany Lion, too.
Yeah, and you're part European. You're part a lot of things.
Yeah, we all have to be. We're all mutts.
We're all mutts. Well said. So yeah, it was such a weird game. It was a long game. Hey, you'll take them if they're gonna walk you a bunch of times. Sweet, take the free passes. You take the free runs. But yeah, it was just kind of a weird, annoying, long game. Texas just couldn't find the big hit until they did in the bottom of the 8th inning. So they end up pulling away from Lamar. The good news, Texas didn't have to use any of its best pitchers, so they're giving, their great arms an extra few days off before this big Florida series this weekend. And look, Lamar's a pretty solid team. We talked about them yesterday. They've got 37 wins this year. They won the Southland Conference last year. They're in the mix to win it again this year. They haven't played a lot of good teams, so the record is inflated by a very, very weak schedule in the Southland, and they haven't played a lot of non-conference games either. But it's a solid program that they've got down there in Beaumont. And yeah, you take any win against them. And then again, on the scoreboard, 9-3 looks pretty good. So good to see Texas get some things turned around. And I'll tell you what, my tone would have been a lot different this morning if that 8th inning didn't happen. Like if Texas wins 4-3.
Oh, you're not liking that.
And they're holding on for dear life. It's like, well, they didn't use any of their good pitchers, so I'm not worried about the 3 runs, and 3 runs isn't bad anyways. But it's like, man, the bats are in a little bit of a rut right now. Like, Max Ballou's coming back soon, but he's not going to be back for this Florida series. And now you're really, that's like 3 of your last 4 games where you haven't done anything good offensively. What's going on here? But they calmed my nerves a little bit, and it was a lot of the important guys in this Texas offense who got it done. Again, it was, Galvan and Flores and Schussler making some things happen. By the way, shout out to Jonah Williams, who had a couple of hits last night, including an RBI. Good to see him continue to play pretty well for Texas. But yeah, that 8th inning totally changed the big takeaways for the game, because it went from, oh my God, you can only beat Lamar by 1 run to, all right, got things squared away, figured it out, got the offense going. You found a way to win. And yeah, Cole brings up a good point.
Did the guys take good at bats, or are they just walking them? They could just stand there and they couldn't throw it across the plate, obviously.
No, there were some good at bats. I mean, there were some full count walks. Yeah, the plate discipline was there, right? After 38 strikeouts in the 3 games at Arkansas? Like, you wanted to see Texas take some more competitive at bats,
Sure.
and they did. They struck out 7 times last night, which that's a pretty average number. You always would like that number to be lower, but 7 is fine. You can live with that. But yeah, they were seeing a lot more pitches. They were making the Lamar pitching staff work. They got on base. Again, the biggest issue was they just couldn't get hits with runners in scoring position. I couldn't find the exact stat of what Texas was with RISP last night, but it wasn't very good. The Longhorns left 16 men on base
Man.
for the game. That's what happens when you load the bases 5 times and struggle to do anything with it. So they get a win, and Cole brings up a good point. South Florida beat Florida last night, right? I mean, you get midweek madness all over the country. Obviously, Texas has dropped a couple of midweek games to teams that they don't have much business losing to. But you look around college baseball every Tuesday or Wednesday, and you'll see a couple
Yeah,
of
somebody
power
takes it on
conference
the chin.
teams.
You're right.
Yeah, it's part of the game. So you take the wins when you get them. And again, the offensive burst in that 5-run 8th inning just kind of changes my overall feeling about where this offense is right now going
And
into a huge series.
you're gonna get a heck of a weekend, Mother's Day weekend. It's gonna be really nice too. The weather's gonna be great for
Yeah,
nice crowds at the Dish.
a little humid last night. The rain went
Yeah.
away, but it was sticky. It was
Oh
gross
yeah.
yesterday. But yeah, it was a great crowd for a Tuesday. Final midweek game of the year. Still the number 1 team in the country. But yeah, that was one of the biggest Tuesday crowds I've seen all season long. And like you said, yeah, this weekend, last home regular season series, Florida coming to town. Mother's Day weekend should be a beautiful 3 days at the Dish. Yeah, get out there
Dude,
and
how
support.
often I don't care how good your team is, how often you get to remain number 1 and don't move anywhere in the polls when you lose a series, not get swept in a series, not just lose a series, but look bad in the process. How often does that happen in any sport?
Probably never, right?
I've
I
never seen
mean,
that happen before, BK. And I mean, you know, I don't care if the team has won 3 straight national championships. They've been undefeated for 2 straight years, but then they go into to lose a series like that just was weird to stay where you were, you
yeah.
know?
Well, that's a testament to how much Texas had done before the weekend,
Man,
right?
oh man, had
And I
they
will say this, Texas, there are 3 major college baseball polls. Texas was number 1 in all 3 of them.
okay.
They're only number 1 in 1 of them this week.
The one that
Now,
matters.
it's the one that matters the most. It's the one that the TV networks use when they put the little numbers by the team names on the
Sure.
score bug. And it's the one that most college baseball fans look at.
Where do they
But
go to in the others? Did they just go to number 2?
no, I think I got to double check. Georgia's number 1, which is pretty funny because Texas swept Georgia a few weeks ago.
Right?
And it's really an imperfect system, especially this year, because it's like, well, I mean, Texas is ranked ahead of Arkansas, but Arkansas just swept Texas. But in some polls, Georgia's ahead of Texas, but Texas swept Georgia. So it's hard to, considering how much SEC flair is at the top of the polls, it's
Oh,
hard to
yeah.
make everybody happy. So yeah, perfect game has Georgia 1, Arkansas 2, Texas 3, LSU 4, by the way. So
Wow.
4 SEC teams to start the polls. And then I'll look up the other poll a little bit
That's
later.
interesting. It just you just never see that happen.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, I think we talked about it previewing the Arkansas series. It's like Texas had 5 losses last week. LSU, who Texas, of course, took 2 of 3 from,
Right?
was the number 2 team in the D1 baseball poll. They had either 9 or 10 losses last week. So it's like you do the math. If Texas gets swept, they still have fewer losses than anybody who's chasing them. So it was like, I guess that made it a possibility that Texas could lose all 3 and still stay at the
Yeah, you
top.
said that last week, but I was like, that's not gonna happen. I was thinking, now if they don't get 1 game, they may stay there or they may go to number 2, but not when you get swept. I'm thinking you gotta get your ass kicked out of there, don't you?
Yeah, and look, there's different sweeps, right? Like ultimately the losses all count the same in the standings, but obviously rankings are a lot about eye test.
Oh
So
man,
if,
and that eye
if
test
Texas
wasn't
if
pretty.
Texas lost, like okay, the way Texas beat A&M, 3 1-run games. If Texas lost 3 1-run games to
Okay,
Arkansas,
I got you.
it's a much easier sell. Like, hey, look at their whole body of work. They're still the best team in America.
Right.
But I mean, Texas lost all 3 of those games by at least 5 runs,
Yeah, they got worked.
and they still stayed number 1. So yeah, no, a lot of Texas haters out there. And I had a buddy, an A&M guy, who's like, only Texas could get swept like that and still stay number one. I'm
Yeah,
like,
you're right about that. Get used to it.
I'd be right about that one, guy. But
Sorry, you're so right about that.
hey, we'll take it. We'll take it. Again, the bigger deal is winning the SEC and finding a way to clinch a top 8 seed, which,
Yes.
barring a total collapse, I think Texas is in very good standing to do that because they've got a great resume and they've beaten some really, really impressive teams up to this point. So, yeah, find a way. Look, Texas wins their last 2 series. I think more than likely they're going to hold off Arkansas, and they are pretty much guaranteed to be a top 8 national seed. They might be like a top 2 or 3 national seed, if not number 1. So they're in a great spot. Again, any Longhorn fan would have signed up for this a couple of months ago. This is the dream scenario. You control your own destiny to win the SEC. You control your own destiny to really be the number 1 seed in the entire tournament when we get there. And, Max Ballou hopefully coming back will give you a shot in the arm that you could use. It's a good situation right now for Texas.
Take that win last night.
Yep, take that win.
A little bit of momentum.
Again, that 5-run 8th inning, it changes my feel, at least. I can only speak for myself, but it changes my feel for how this team is playing right now. All right, good stuff.
Give me that first win on Friday. Everything will be just fine.
Yeah, I've got to dive into Florida a little bit more, but some early research tells me that they've got one of the best Friday night starters in college baseball. And it's one of those, like, you obviously want Jared Spencer every weekend, but you don't have Jared Spencer.
No.
Ruger Riojas has made 2 series opening starts. The first one against A&M was phenomenal. The second one against Arkansas was whatever the opposite of phenomenal is.
Shit bum.
Shit bum. Thank you very much. It was pretty shit bum. Everything Texas did at Arkansas was shit bummy.
Yeah, really. But it gets some home cooking now. Start this one, which is a good thing.
Yeah, this team's been dominant at home. And you get to play in the friendly confines. It should be a ruckus crowd on Friday. And, I think Riojas is going to bounce back. Can he be closer to A&M than he was against Arkansas? I hope the answer is yes. I think the answer is yes.
I think the answer is yes.
On paper, can't remember the dude's name, but Florida has the on-paper starting pitching edge. But that hasn't faced Texas at times. So, you'd like to get the opener and just give yourself 2 chances to win 1 to get a series victory. Of course, you'd like to take all 3 because we want to have our cake and eat it too.
Absolutely.
That's how it works here. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Again, the Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. John says, you can't have pitching and hitting going into the dumper this late in the season. No. I don't think Texas does. But this weekend is going to be a big test because if it's another disappointing SEC series, you're not going to see teams like Lamar in the tournament. You're going to see more SEC types of teams to get to where you want to get. So you got to make sure you're playing well against some good competition that you still have on your schedule.
Yeah, you just bounce back. It's baseball. I mean, you can't win them all. You don't win them all.
Don't win them all. You wish you could. Speaking of not winning them all, Buck.
Yes.
What's going on with you, man?
Got a lot going on, man. I got a big golf tournament next week, 24th annual Mullet Open. Lots on my mind. Lots of things, haven't really breaking down a lot of stuff. Just kind of, I'm a real shit bum right now.
Are you a coach? Coaches don't talk about the future. They talk about right now. We're not talking about next week's game. We're talking about trying to take care of business today. And you need to be making
Curry. What's wrong with Steph Curry, that baby? He's too old now. Look at him. He's getting a hamstring pull. Oh, my thumb. Oh, my thumb. Come on.
Well, that's how cold you are. You picked the Timberwolves last night.
I know.
Steph Curry gets hurt early in the second quarter and does not return, and the Timberwolves still lose.
Yeah, that's such a fake out. There's nothing wrong with him. What? You don't think he'll play in the next game? He'll be ready to go.
I don't think he'll play in the next game.
Yeah, because they stole one.
Yeah, that's a part of it, right? Golden State has that luxury. They stole home court away by winning game 1 on the road, and now I think you can afford to give Steph Curry an extra couple of days to get that hammy right.
And what was up with the great 8? What's up, Wags?
So you have lost 7 straight Gold Star locks. You were 0-3 on Monday. You're 0-4 on Tuesday.
Yeah.
I don't even know. Where do you want to
You know
begin
what?
here?
That's why they have a Wednesday. That's why they make Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Well, you have gone from up 68,000 units to up just 8,000 units in the span of 2 nights of postseason action.
Hey, you can't win all the series. It's like baseball, man.
Can you get us one win?
Yeah, we could use one. Can we get a tie here? A
All right.
push?
Well, before we get to your Gold Star locks for tonight, might be a good time to hashtag fade the buck again.
Wow, don't do that. You know what happened when you tried that in football? You know
Well,
what
here's the
happened.
thing. Here's the thing. Your excuse that you're using is the golf tournament, which isn't until next Friday. So does that mean you're
Yes.
going to be bad until next Friday?
No, I'll get it done today. I'll get you back on the big plus side.
All right. I don't know if you caught any of these games, but what a
I
comeback
was
for
watching the
Indiana.
I was watching the Caps play. They looked like they were dominating the game.
The Caps were getting dominated last night.
I know they scored for it was one zip real quick. One zip in the first period, was it not at the end?
Yeah, they did score first, but they were getting outshot, out hustled, out physical, out everything. That game, Carolina should have won that game 4-1, and I'm sure Wags will talk about that during Chaos Theory. But Carolina looked much, much better. Like they deserved to win that game last night. They took it to the Washington Capitals. So you got lucky that game went to overtime to give you a chance to win those 5,000 units. But ultimately, it was the Raising Canes from Raleigh, North Carolina, who got the job done.
Did I not? What did I do at the Pacers game? Did I take the home? Did I take the Cavs?
You took the Cavs.
Damn.
That was looking like a good bet for a long time. It's been a theme of the second round. So road teams, Buck, here's your problem. You're a favorites guy, right?
Yes.
You're like most people out in Vegas, and the favorites usually win. But the underdogs / road teams are now 6-0 in the second round of the NBA playoffs.
Well, that
5-0.
can't continue. That can't continue on. Who do we have tonight that I can win you some money on?
You've got game 2, Denver, Oklahoma City, where the road team won game 1. And then game 2, Knicks, Celtics, where the road team won game 1. That's the thing. Yeah, road team's 5-0, not 6-0. 5-0 in the second round of these playoffs. You've been going with the home teams.
Don't give me your absurd lines like 11 or whatever now. Give me back to 6 and 7, maybe lower.
We're just using our friends at Circus Sports here. Let's see. Nope, you're not going to get that. Boston and Oklahoma City are both 10.5-point favorites.
And I'll take them both for 15,000 units apiece.
You are allowed to bet on an underdog.
No.
I'm just making sure you know, it's not money line bets here. You can take.
They need to win.
Yeah, well, the Celtics can win by 10, but you are not going to win.
I'll take the Celtics for 15,000 unit play. I'll take the other one for 10.
Oklahoma City for 10?
Yeah, I'll take Oklahoma City for 10. They got to win.
Against Denver?
Denver's playing really well right now. Jokic is like, that guy is looking like the MVP again.
Yeah, well, it's the whole rest versus rust thing, right? The Nuggets played on Saturday. They needed a 7th game
and
to
Russell
beat the Clippers.
Westbrook, really? And that dude? Come on.
Yeah, Russell Westbrook back in Oklahoma City made some things happen. Had the big pass to set up the Aaron Gordon game-winning 3 in game 1.
Yeah, he was smart not to take that jumper. He wanted to take that jumper, and he said, no thanks.
Yeah, that would have been
I'm not going to go. I'm not going to be the GOAT.
That would have been a mistake. You also have 2 hockey games you could bet on tonight. You've
Stars
got
playing today.
Game 1, Dallas at Lose-A-Peg. And you've got Game 2, the Panties, as you call them. Most people call them the Florida Panthers.
I'll take 5,000 on the Panties.
The Panties evening up the series in Toronto.
Yes, Panties winning this one.
Okay, nothing on Stars Jets.
Yeah, I'll take 5,000 units on the Stars.
No, you don't have to do that.
Yes, I do. Stars for 5,000. Stars for 5,000. I gave them their victory on Sunday or Saturday.
What did I do to you? Let me give you this stat here. Maybe you can reverse the curse. Maybe I'm happy about this. The Dallas Stars, gotta make sure I have this right. They have lost, I think it's 7 straight game 1s.
Could be. You could be right.
The Stars are incredible in Game 7s, and Peter DeBoer, their head coach, is now 9-0 in Game 7s in his career. But the Dallas Stars cannot win a Game 1 to save their lives.
Are they home? They home for this one?
No.
Ooh.
North of the border, the Great White North in Lousapeg.
I'm taking the Stars to win Game 1, 5,000 units.
That is wasted units right there.
No, it isn't. That's a good win for me.
I don't even want to walk.
Out of all these teams that are still remaining for the Stanley Cup, they are the least athletic group that I look at when I see them skate. They don't look very fast. They hit hard. I think they play really good defense at times, but they don't have like these individuals that, at least a duo that can get out and really, really go like some of these other teams do. Some of these other teams have this youth that can fly around and they just don't have the experience. And the Stars can put some muscle on you, but I don't think they have great skaters, do they?
They do, but I think it's important to note that the Stars were without two of their best young players in the first round. So when you were watching them take down the Avalanche in 7 games, their best defenseman, one of the best defensemen in the league, who's in his mid-20s, did not play a single game in that series. And their leading scorer during the regular season, Jason Robertson, who's also in his 20s, pretty young, he did not play either. So I don't know if those guys will be back tonight. Pete DeBoer, the Stars head coach, said they're going to be back at some point in this series. So that's the good news, is reinforcements are coming for Dallas.
And he's used to giving away a Game 1 anyway. So
it really is amazing. Like the Stars, there's so many stats. It's any sport with the series, right? Baseball, basketball, hockey, it doesn't matter. The stats favor the team that wins Game 1. It's like 70% of the Game 1 winners go on to win the series. And the Stars keep losing Game 1s. And again, they've lost 7, 8, or 9 in a row. I should know the number off the top of my head. I don't know it.
I think the last time you said it was 6. So
okay, up to 7 now. But they just keep finding a way to win the series. Same thing happened against Colorado in round 1. So I'm like, part of me doesn't even want to watch this game tonight. Number one, because I'm superstitious, and it's like, well, I've watched all the other Game 1s and they can't win them. So maybe if I don't watch, they'll actually win this game.
Well, you got me back. You got me back, and everything's good.
But that's the other part of me is just like, it doesn't matter if they lose Game 1. They'll find a way. It's just what they do.
Yeah, I need to get back on the streak. I'm good. I'll take the Stars. I'll get rid of this jinx.
So you have 35,000 units on the line here. Yes. Again, you have lost 60,000 in the last 2 days. So you will be in the red if you have a losing night tonight.
It's not going to happen. Not 3 in a row.
Not 3 in a row. You've lost 7 games. Lost 7 games in a row. Did you catch the end of that Pacers-Cavs game?
I did not.
Oh, my God. Dude. Tyrese Halliburton needs to Aaron Rodgers, his dad, and never talk to him again because he's playing so well. Hit the game-winning 3 with 1.1 seconds left. Cleveland was up by 17 after the first quarter. Buck, they were up by 17 with 2 seconds left in the third quarter.
Oh, no, I thought that game was over.
Indiana hit like a buzzer-beating 3 to cut it to 14 going into the fourth, but still 14. 14. And to make matters worse, Cleveland was up by 7 with 48 seconds left, and they blew it. I mean, just
what did Allen end up doing for the Cavs? What did he end up doing last night when it was all said and done?
Well, the problem with the Cavs is they're down 3 great players right now.
Yeah.
They don't have Darius Garland. They didn't have Evan Mobley, and they didn't have DeAndre Hunter last night. Like 3 key pieces in the Cavs rotation all missed time. And it's like, all right, well, they're at home, and they've got this big lead, and they're going to find a way to even the series, and then they'll get these guys back going to Indianapolis, and it's going to be all good. It felt like they had done enough, and they blew it. I mean, Jared Allen was great. He had 22 points and 12 rebounds on 7 of 9 shooting.
That dude had become a rebounding machine.
Oh, he's a great player. I mean, he's a part of it. But and Donovan Mitchell was awesome. He had 44 last night.
They just don't have enough with him, yeah.
Yeah, attrition is a thing. You talk more about it with hockey playoffs because there are less basketball injuries than hockey injuries. But to win a championship in any sport, you got to win the battle of attrition. And you got to keep guys healthy. A lot of it's luck. Right now, the Cavs are dealing with some bad injury luck to some key pieces. And again, I mean, you're up by 7 points with 48 seconds left. It's a game you have to win.
Yes.
They missed free throws. They had a turnover on an inbounds pass. They gave up a putback dunk on a missed free throw. And then the Halliburton three, the Cavs were up 3. Halliburton goes to the free throw line. I think they fouled him on purpose. There's like 11 seconds left. Makes the first to make it a 2-point game. He was trying to make the second. They were trying to play the foul game, but he misses the second. The ball gets tipped out. Halliburton gets his own rebound, dribbles it back to the top of the key, step back 3 to create some space, and buries it. With 1 second left, the Cavs didn't have a timeout, so they couldn't advance the ball. I mean, just everything went wrong for Cleveland, and everything went right for Indiana.
His old man will never be allowed to go to a game again.
I'm telling you. And this has happened twice with Indiana in their last 3 games.
Yep.
And they were getting the same thing against Milwaukee in the closeout game. They were down by 7 or 8 in the last minute, and they somehow found a way to win. So it's you usually don't see this in the NBA. Like, usually a team has a big lead and they just coast to a victory. But in these playoffs, no lead has been safe.
No.
So a huge win for Indiana. They're up 2-0 going home.
And the Warriors with a hurt Steph right now. You know, Jimmy Butler's still Jimmy Butler. He's used to playoff basketball. He's just solid.
Well, that's the impressive part, because like Golden State had a pretty nice lead when Curry got hurt, but he left the game with 8 minutes left in the second. So it's like, all right, that's more than enough time. Minnesota at home with Anthony Edwards and, you know, all the talent they've got on that team. Like, okay, no Steph.
His coach is saying, Edwards' coach is saying he didn't bring it.
No, he sucked. I mean, I think he was 0 of 10 in the first half, and he looked like Trey Johnson looked last night.
Oh my God!
When Trey Johnson had a bad game, he would just kind of slump his shoulders and start pouting to the refs, and he would lose the energy and lose the focus, and the whole team would kind of feed off of that, right? Like, Anthony Edwards, clearly the best player on Minnesota, obviously more skins on the wall than Trey Johnson, but he was not making shots. He was losing aggression. He was complaining. He was pouting. He wasn't bringing it on defense. And it was just kind of a whole lull for the rest of the Wolves team. So,
I'll bring everybody out of their slump. We'll get back.
Yeah, I mean, Steph, look, like the MRI today is going to tell us a lot. I mean, if Steph misses a game or 2, Golden State could still win this series. But if this is like a grade 2 hamstring strain,
he's done for the series.
You know, Minnesota's done. Or excuse me, Golden State's done. I know Minnesota sucked last night, but the Golden State's not winning without Steph.
No.
They've got Butler. They've got Buddy Hield. 2 games in a row where he's been fantastic. Draymond Green had 16 points in the first half yesterday.
Dude shooting threes again.
And he is a horrible matchup for Rudy Gobert.
He takes that guy.
Yeah, because Draymond's like physical enough to bang bodies with Rudy down low. He can guard Rudy, but Rudy can't guard him.
No,
because Rudy's just too big and stiff. And Draymond, like, not a great 3-point shooter, but he runs around.
Dude, let me tell you something. When he gets that open jumper, he takes it. He won't hesitate.
No, and that's where if you're sitting in the first row, you got to like duck for cover because it might be coming your way.
Oh, yeah.
Or if you're, we got to get Draymond hooked up with McCall Custom Homes, because if you need some extra bricks, Draymond can give them to you.
Oh, he can. He can miss them too. But lately, last 2 series, that guy's been on, and especially when he comes to the top of the key. And that's kind of, to me, looks like the tougher angle for him. But he goes to the top of the key, and he just fires. I mean, there's no hesitation. Like, is there a guy open? Nope, I'm open. I'm taking it.
Took 10 of them last night. Made 4 of them. You'll take 40% from 3 from Draymond Green. Again, 16 in the first half. Only had 18 for the game. It was Buddy Hield and Jimmy Butler who kind of picked things up down the stretch. And
the old Black Beaver getting it done again, huh?
The old, what'd you call him yesterday? The
old Sooner Beaver.
The buck-tooth Sooner Black Beaver guy.
Why doesn't he get his teeth fixed? The guy is in the NBA. He's got money.
You can't fix that.
You can. You can. He should have been.
That's like a whole jaw restruction, though. That guy.
I think Eckert could have fixed that. That dude needed to get braces. When he was at OU, they needed to. No, there's no NIL money, but they had somebody. They had an orthodontist well, maybe you don't want them in your mouth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't want most men in my mouth. I don't really want
Yeah.
any men in my mouth.
And you don't want any Sooners in your mouth, that's for sure.
No, yeah, no. That's a doctorate degree from OU. Feels like an
That's what I mean.
oxymoron.
You're gonna let anybody
Yeah.
get in your mouth with a degree? No, probably not.
No, I'm out on that. I don't know. That goes back to the age-old question, like, if you have a friend who's a doctor or a dentist, would you go to them as a patient?
No, it's just like football players that said the one who was the orthopedist for the New York Giants. He's the guy who wanted to look at my knee when I was getting ready to get it. And I'm like, dude, I coached you. There's not a chance, Mr. Bell, that I'm going to let you do anything. Or if you know, like, hey, if a kid was an engineer and built a bridge and you had to go across that bridge, I think I would take alternate route.
Yeah, give me an Amtrak here, please.
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah,
indeed.
I'm the same way. Like, I've got a couple of friends who are just starting to become doctors. I got a couple of good friends who are dentists, and it's
Oh,
like,
there's no way I'm letting them in my face.
no, one of them's a guy I lived with for a year in college, and he was the biggest stoner I knew. And it's like, well, no problem with that, but I'm gonna think you're baked every time I come in
Oh,
to see
yeah.
you.
What
I
are
don't
you
want
doing in there? That hurts.
I don't want you being a high, like messing with my teeth or anything, guy. So I'm with you on that. Like, it's don't ask, don't tell. I don't want to know anything about your past. I just want to know that you've got the proper training and medical degrees to fix me up. I do not want to know anything else,
Or your
please.
gynecologist, a roommate who's your wife's gynecologist. Yeah, that's not going to work.
Yeah, I don't have a gynecologist.
No,
My gynecologist.
if
Oh,
your girl had one and that dude, that's what he went to school for, and he was one of your mates at one time, that's not going to work.
it's not going to work. No, it's
It's not going
not.
to work at all.
I have played a gynecologist before at a
Of
bar.
course, we all have.
Yeah, hey, I'm no gynecologist, but I can take a look.
Well, I was Dr. William Cannon.
It's true. Did
I
you
was
ever
a
use
baby
that
doctor.
line?
I was a baby doctor.
Did you ever use that line? I'm no gyno, but I could take a look.
It
It's classic right there, man.
is a classic.
Oh, you need a free mammogram? I got you for free.
For absolute
You
free.
usually have to pay a lot for those things. You don't even need to have insurance for this one. I got you right here, right now.
Good Lord, you are
Dr.
sad.
Brody Lane at your service.
You are sad. Yeah,
Thank you very much.
right now I'm having a streak like I did that year. I had the bowl picks in 2005 when I got them all wrong. When I went over, which is really hard to do.
Yeah, no, that's impressive. Like, you should have won something for that, because that's just as impressive as getting every pick right. If you're 100%, if you have like a 6-team parlay and you miss all 6 games,
You should
you
get
should get your
something.
money back. You shouldn't win. You shouldn't win because you didn't win, but you should get your money back
You
because
shouldn't
you're
lose,
smart.
right?
Yeah, you're smart. For you, I mean, there weren't like 50 bowl games back then, but there was still a good amount of bowl games. If you missed
There
every
was
single
enough.
one,
I think at that time there was like 20 some bowl games. I got them all wrong every day.
how is
Every
that
day.
possible? That is remarkably bad. Like a
CB remembers. And of course the big one was Texas versus USC.
mm-hmm.
The
That's
one
the
that
only
hurt the
one.
most.
That's the only one that people really cared about.
Yeah, that's the one. Yes.
That's the one you couldn't get wrong, but you did anyways.
Yes.
Dr. Tim Watley, nice going there. Yeah, college football guy getting 0 college football games right in an entire bowl season. Come on, man.
Yeah, but I helped you. I helped everybody out this year. Everybody's thankful.
You did. You got the people up during football season, and I think
And
you were
remember,
up
I
for
will
the
have even
tournament.
better football season this season.
Yeah, you were up for the tournament too in college basketball. So now we'll see if you can end up in the NBA and NHL postseasons. Need them.
Yeah, I'm taking some hits right now. I maybe need to talk to Tom McKay about some of this hockey stuff because I'm just peeing in the wind with some of this.
7 straight L's for you.
Wow.
Not good. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The code to text line 512-222-9328. We've got plenty more to get to in hour number 2, including some interesting Texas football numbers. Also, we've got to get to that poop story that we teased yesterday.
Yes, indeed.
We're not going to forget today. I mean, this is all-time stuff right here. And we've got a visual accompaniment for the people today.
Oh.
So we'll get to that here in a bit. But first, another round of sponsor shout-outs.
Our friends at Hat Creek Burger. Hat Creek Burger, of course, over 25 locations throughout the state of Texas, but homebred right here in Austin, Texas. And they have got a great burger. The meat is absolutely delicious. I love the fries and the shakes. I love all the different locations throughout the area. And folks, once again, if you're going to have a meal and you want to bring the kids, they've got all the playscapes. They got plenty of places you can sit and eat with the kids. If you want to go ahead and jump on the jumpy jump, go ahead, but I wouldn't. That's for kids. They also have alcohol there for parents that want to get a little taste while they're hanging around with the kids and then jump on the jumpy jump. No, Hat Creek Burger is the best, man. They have great quality food, BK, and they got great shakes. They really do. The banana pudding shake is, of course, my favorite is the strawberry shake.
Can't go wrong.
No, you know what I'm looking for? I'm looking for a cherry vanilla shake from someplace. I'm going to have to start talking to folks about cherry vanilla. Cherry vanilla is one of my favorite flavors, too. You know what my number one favorite flavor is? Butter pecan.
Really?
Well, butter pecan. That's my favorite. That's my favorite ice cream. Always has been. I guess I like a little nuts in my ice cream. You know what I'm saying?
You want someone's nuts in your ice cream?
I do like butter pecan. It's my favorite. But cherry vanilla is one of my other ones. And it's hard to find, even Amy's doesn't have real cherries in the vanilla. It's some kind of weird, additive it tastes like. So I'm looking for somebody to give me. I know that Creamy Creations from HEB generally does a pretty good job with that type of stuff. I'm going to have to try their cherry vanilla. But I love Hat Creek Burgers, folks. I just love them.
New items at Hat Creek Burger Company to talk about. They've got a turkey burger club. So if you're not a beef eater, you like the turkey burger, you can get you a turkey club right now over at Hat Creek. And
also, they got nuggies too, don't they?
They've got the nuggies still. Yep. Also, how about this for a new drink? Perfect for the summertime. Frozen lemonade slushy.
Oh, yeah.
That'll work.
That always works.
I know, by the way, $1 from every lemonade slushy purchased will be donated to Foster Village. I think that's the same thing with that turkey club as well. So Hat Creek making a difference in our community.
Very nice.
You could support yourself by getting a great meal, but also support your neighbors in need, too, with Hat Creek Burger Company. Shout out to them. Shout out to McCall Custom Homes. I'm rocking the McCall Custom Homes hat this morning. Love these folks. And, you're going to love them, too. If you're looking to renovate a kitchen, remodel a bathroom, maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, maybe add a second story to your existing home. The home market's crazy. You don't want to buy. You don't want to sell. You don't want to deal with all that stuff. So just upgrade the place that you already have. And our friends, the experts at McCall Custom Homes, can do that for you because they've been doing that here in Central Texas for 40 years. That's right. It's an Austin company. They started here. They've stayed here. A father-son team with a ton of experience. They know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly, truly special. No job too big. No job too small. Get some ideas for your home. And right now they are offering free estimates to TSU listeners. Just go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Fill out a form. They will come out to your place risk-free. You'll tell them about your vision. They'll tell you about their vision, and then you can go from there. But free estimates right now for TSU listeners. Just head over to that website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. They will take care of you. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
And, of course, 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway for all your alcohol needs. Get it done. Get it done. Big weekend coming up this weekend. Some Longhorn baseball. Get over to 34 Wine and Spirits. Pick up all those wonderful spirits there. If you got especially wines, they have, of course, all of the liquors that you're looking for. They got a lot of liquids over there, but they also have, of course, they've got your favorite over there, Altstadt Beer, and they've got plenty of it. I saw the Altstadt truck over there the other day. They wheel that truck in there, and that's not a little van that comes in there at 34 Wine and Spirits. When they bring the Altstadt Beer in there, they got a big old truck, coming through that place. So they've got plenty on stock just for you.
A lot of beer going in and out of that place.
Yes, there is.
With good reason. Altstadt Beer is the best beer that you could find all throughout the great state of Texas. And hey, how about this for a Mother's Day weekend activity? Maybe a trip to Fredericksburg?
Nice.
Make the short drive down through the beautiful Central Texas hill country. They've got all those wineries down there, but they also have the Altstadt Brewery down there. You want to go on Friday? You want to go on Saturday? You want to go on Sunday? Take advantage of this gorgeous springtime weather. It's about to get really hot. I'm not breaking any news to anybody. This might be like our last really, really comfortable weekend we have for like 5 months. Perfect time to take advantage. The Altstadt Brewery in Fredericksburg. They've got the outdoor beer garden. They also have an indoor area as well. Live music, great food, serving up European-style cuisine. They've got a former Michelin tire chef in there whipping some stuff up. And, of course, you get plenty of samples of the greatness that is Altstadt Beer. So get you some of the beer next time you're at the grocery store or at 34 Wine and Spirits. But if you're looking for something fun to do this weekend with mom or just with friends, family, whoever, check out the Altstadt Brewery in Fredericksburg.
Very nice.
Yes, indeed. Breaking news, Buck. Texas football makes a lot of money.
Yeah, Kurt Bowles wrote an article that says that they have a lot of money to spend.
Yeah, obviously that was a big story last week from the Houston Chronicle.
But they do make a lot of money.
So we've got some more data here, and this is, I believe, legitimate data. Kirk Bowles, not so much about that. A lot of people have questioned his source since that story came out. But this is new data compiled by the Knight Newhouse College Athletics Database and AL.com. They have found that the Texas Longhorns Athletic Department brought in a whopping $331,905,866 in revenue during the 2024 fiscal year.
Wow.
So they made $331 in revenue. They spent $327 million.
Did they say anything about that 1.5 from Jay Willems and Sue Patrick? Some of their licensing fees?
Actually, we've got some details on how Texas is making its money and where they are spending their money as well. But yeah, Texas actually made some money. It was a profitable athletic department this year. Where does that money come from? Football. How about Texas football by itself recorded a $204,731,959 in revenue in 2024. No other SEC team brought in more than $150 million. Texas was at 204. No other SEC team brought in more than $150 in revenue. By the way, you wonder how much Texas football spent? Nearly $66 million. So you've got, $140+ million in profits from Texas football. You're welcome, rest of university.
Oh, hey, by the way, no, it's not going to be a matter of time before they take over. They've already taken over SEC.
I sure as hell have taken over the money.
Hey, SEC, welcome to Texas.
Yeah, they sure as hell have taken over the financial element of this conference. I mean, that is insane. Like, seeing that Texas football brought in $200 million in revenue is not crazy. But the fact that they are that far ahead of everybody else in this conference, if it was like compared to the Big 12, then okay, I get it. But compared to everybody else in this conference, making that much money,
sorry, Ole Miss.
So we've got, sorry, Ole Miss. Sorry, A&M. I thought A&M was bringing in a bunch of cash. What's going on, Aggies?
They still got contracts to pay out.
That's probably the biggest issue, right? Is they got to pay Jimbo.
Still,
revenue. We're talking about revenue here. That has nothing to do with what's going out to Jimbo. But, they're still paying, $76 million to that jabroni?
Dude, they had probably 2 people pay that off just to get rid of him.
You're right. The Jimbroni. Yeah, no kidding. That's easy money for Texas A&M. So we've got some more data here. What do you want to start with? Where did Texas spend the money, or how did Texas make the money?
Let's go and make the money.
All right, the revenues in the fiscal year for 2024 for the Texas Athletic Department. Again, we talked about it. The overall revenue, $331,905,000 and change. The majority of that money, Buck, came from donor contributions.
Yeah, they got some rich donors. Once again, don't tell people how to spend their money. That's their money.
How about $137.01 million in donor contributions last year?
Oh, dude, they are so proud of that. That's the one they're proud of.
Oh, my God. Texas One Fund. Good night. 137 mil. Yeah, you wonder why all these facilities upgrades are able to happen.
Yeah.
All these coaches. Oh, Rodney Terry's buyout might be too much. Oh, David Pierce might be too expensive to get. Nope. Somebody will
No,
pay it.
they got individuals that can use to get rid of the buyout stuff.
Yep. How about 68.79 mil in corporate sponsorship, advertising, and licensing? There you go, Jay. You made the cut.
There you go.
You're part of that 68.79 mil. Way to go, Sue Patrick.
Of course they are.
That's a lot of freaking money. I wonder in that category alone where Texas stacks up. I bet Texas is number one in that.
What, in licensing?
Sponsorship, advertising, and licensing?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I got to believe that. I thought that for years that's where they were.
Yeah.
Number one, them in Michigan.
It's just a massive brand, right? And you go anywhere in the world, you show somebody a Longhorn logo, and they know exactly what that is. So, yeah, the brand power of the University of Texas knows no bounds, and clearly it knows no financial bounds either. You've got $40.75 million in conference/NCAA distributions, media rights, and postseason football compensation.
Wow.
That number's going to grow up when these new TV rights deals get going next year.
Absolutely.
But yeah, nearly 41 mil and all that stuff in 2024. Shout out to the fans. About 60.91 million in ticket sales.
Sorry about your tickets going up $13 a pop.
And blended 6% increase here. No, I don't think Texas is raising prices of football tickets this year.
Are you sure? The season tickets?
I was at that town hall event like a month ago. I don't know. I drink too much. Why don't I remember that?
I drink too much. Yeah, that's easy. I drink too much. That's got to be an excuse for everything. Hey, I drink too much.
Yeah, that's on me. Sorry about that, y'all. Somebody else will remember that. But it's a pretty weak home slate this year. It's 6 games, but 3 of them are against like Sam Houston and San Jose State and whoever the third non-conference game that Texas has is. I mean, it's a down home slate. So I think that's part of the price increase not going up very much or not increasing at all. 1.67 million in competition guarantees. Not sure what that means. And 22.77 million from what is labeled other revenue. Programs, camps, concession stands, parking, a couple other things.
So they need a year like they're doing at Coastal Carolina where we can pick up 4 items a pop.
No, we're not gonna do that. We just made 22 mil on concessions and parking. You think we're gonna offer that stuff for free at Texas?
No, never.
I wish. It'd be nice. Yeah, Coastal Carolina ain't making that much, so I guess they're not losing that much from not doing it. Texas, yeah, nearly 23 mil coming in from all of that stuff. That's crazy.
What would have happened if they had a spring game, BK?
Yeah, they would have made some money on that. Obviously, no ticket sales for a spring game, but they did cost themselves some money with no concessions for the spring game. But they did have fan day and they sold gear, they sold merch, so they got some of that back.
That was a cut rate deal, though, wasn't it? That wasn't.
Yeah, it was like it was a happy hour. They still make money off of it. They cut prices a lot.
Yeah,
but I mean, you've got
when they got kids in China getting their gear made. Yeah, you're right.
4-year-olds in China and Taiwan and Thailand and Thai food, making all of those stuff for you for 25 cents an hour. Then
you sure that stuff's not made in Taylor, Texas? No.
I feel very confident in saying most of that stuff is not made in Taylor, Texas.
Damn it. I thought we had some stuff going on here.
Some of the stuff at Sioux Patrick is made by local people, which is good.
Yes, for sure.
But the stuff being sold at DKR, they're just looking for margins, baby.
Like unis and foot gear, all that footwear.
Yeah, that stuff's coming from overseas.
I see.
Yeah. What about the spending? So that's the revenue right there, how Texas made its money in fiscal year 2024. How did Texas spend $327 million across the athletic department last year?
Travel.
The most expensive expense, $127.31 million. Facilities, debt service, and equipment.
Okay.
So, yeah, it costs a lot to obviously upgrade the facilities that Texas has upgraded, but to just upkeep them, very expensive. So that's where most of the money went last season. You had $48.64 million going to coaches' compensation.
Sure.
The football staff making nearly 23 mil, but 48 mil total for all the Texas coaches. You had almost 43 million in non-coaching athletic staff compensation. So just other members of the athletic staff. Yeah, sports staff, trainers, social media team, creative, all of them bringing in nearly 43 mil. They do a great job. Travel is 39.96 mil in game expenses and travel.
Yeah.
So that's fourth on the list. Then you go down.
Yeah, them hotels cost a lot when you go take a whole team.
Wow, you've got David Pierce's name mentioned here. 7.3 million in total coaching severance. And then it says Texas had to dismiss baseball coach David Pierce in 2024. So I guess we now know the full number for David Pierce's buyout. I don't think Texas paid any other buyout. Again, Rodney Terry's is 2025, so this is last year. So, hey, way to go, David Pierce. And he's coaching again. So, good gig.
There you go, get a little something on the side.
Dude, there's no better job in the world than getting hired and fired as a major college football or just college athletics coach. That's the gig right there.
They give you enough that if you really needed to take off 4 years, you could.
I mean, I like that. That would be my goal if I got hired as a.
Hurry up and get fired?
Yeah, I think Jimbo was tanking on purpose in College Station. You're telling me I get all of this money even if I don't go to work? I get to just live on the ranch and hunt and fish and hang out with family?
That's cool.
For 75, yeah. Thank you very much. Fully guaranteed contract.
Well, yeah, that one's all right. That 75, but it's the one where they're making like 4, and then you're fired after 1 year.
Hey,
Sorry about, or 2 years.
I'll take that.
You'd say, okay.
Yeah, go give me another job then. I'll take that 4 mil. And then, hey, if I coached at Texas or Ohio State or Bama or Georgia, whatever, just major conference, big school, doesn't have to just be football, of course, then I'll get a G5 job somewhere, right? I'll make less.
You can go be an assistant too.
I'll go be an assistant, or I'll go to like Coastal Carolina, Myrtle Beach. Thank you very much. I'll go to San Diego State. San Diego.
Nice.
Thank you very much. All right, I'll make $1 million a year. I don't need all that crazy money. Let me go do that. Should have gotten into coaching, Buck. You shouldn't have left coaching, Buck.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I'm fine.
It worked out all right.
Money's not everything.
It's the only thing. 16. Couple more numbers here. 16.13 million in aids. What does that mean?
Aids, like teaching aids, projectors and things like that.
He's got aids? We're paying for that? I don't know. Oh, yeah, here we go. It does in parentheses say athletic student aid. So I guess, oh my God, 16 mil for tutors. And for, I don't know what else goes with athletic student aid, but golly, that's a lot of money. I should be one of those.
You got to pay to take the test too.
Yeah, 5.78 mil in recruiting, 5.22 million in student athlete meals.
Only 5 million recruiting. Hell, I did that in half the recruiting cycle.
I'm a little surprised to see that number be that low.
Yeah.
And that obviously does not include NIL payments. That's just, I guess, travel expenses. And
they must be traveling Delta, going to see kids.
No, they're flying private to go see kids. They're not dealing with commercial airlines.
No, they get on commercial. They get on commercial. They do a lot of Southwest. Back in the day, Southwest was their deal.
I know back in the day, but part of Sark's contract is that he has access to a PJ.
Oh, well, he can go.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, the jabronis that are going with him, the other assistant mullets, they're on most of those guys, he flies and meets you there. You don't get to jump on with him.
You don't think Sark lets like, hey, Coach Milwee, I got an extra seat. It's a private jet. I got plenty of seats on this thing. Let's go see this quarterback somewhere. You don't think he lets them on?
That's on occasions, but most of those coaches are in commercial flights to recruit when they have to go for, weeks at a time. They don't get to, because Sark doesn't get on the road that much. So when he gets on the road, they may jump in there with him. And it depends on who it is. They're not going to see Sluggo, 3A dude.
That makes sense.
In the private jet, no.
Yeah, like Kenny Baker was in Mesquite, the other day offering some defensive linemen at Poteet High School.
No.
And like, there's no way he took a PJ to that, right? That's
No.
that's either a drive or
Hey,
it's
they're going for running backs, wide receivers, and quarterbacks.
yeah. If Sark's going, you're taking the PJ. But if assistant coach is going, then you're probably flying commercial
You
or
think
taking the
Sark has to shack up with his assistant coach?
well, like Dabo Sweeney and his mom.
That hey, does he get his own room?
Yeah, I think he gets his own suite.
Like I told Makovic, hey, what do you need a room for? I got 2
Uh,
beds right here. Let's go.
yeah, and then you were watching Skinamax at 2 a.m. with Makovic in the bed trying to sleep. It's a weird bit right there, man. He heard our donut stories. He heard about you. He didn't want to be
No,
next to
dude,
you
it
in the
just
same hotel room. Come on.
when you travel, when you first start in the business and you're traveling to a place like Boston College and Jumping Jack Bignell is laying on the bed next to you in his boxers with a cigar,
Hmm.
you know, that's what you're used to doing. So then you get to the big time at Texas, you're like, what do you need a room for? We only need 1 room. My goodness. We're going to the same place. Unless you
You're
got
a
something on
tour.
the side here.
So now you like staying in hotels by yourself these days, which
Yes.
most people do. It's understandable. But you prefer the 2 bed bit versus the 1 king bed bit, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I was even when I went, I did 2 queens because I never put my stuff. I always put my stuff on the other bed.
Hmm.
I never took my stuff out. Some of those roach motels I stayed at, I'd rather for them to try to have to climb up into the bed than to put them in drawer. I never take stuff out of my bag, BK, and put it in a drawer. No matter what hotel I go to, it doesn't go in a drawer. It stays in my bag on the other bed when I do that.
The classic bit is if you're a single guy or just an unfaithful guy, you get the 2 beds. One bed's a sleep bed and the other bed's a fun bed.
Oh, that's how that
Yep.
works.
You don't have to, sleep in your own or their own stuff,
It's all right. Stuff is okay. It dries out.
Eh, but you're sleeping on it before it dries out, right?
It's all right. There's always a wet spot.
That's gross. Does Makovic know you slept nude when you were in the hotel with him?
No,
Really?
no, he never knew. But no, because I'd have a pair of shorts there before I got to bed, and then I'd flip them off once I'm in the bed.
And you would just keep
Nobody,
him under the cover so he wouldn't see that you had just flipped them off?
yeah, I don't. Yeah, I never walked around like I walk around my house.
It's a good question there,
I just
CB.
can't do it. I can't. It's since I was in high school, I've never slept with clothes on. I can't do that. Even when I lived with Pam and Jimmy, in that freezing cold place, that historic Bethlehem house that we lived in when you had to pack wood in the wood burning stove. I didn't run around there naked either.
Well, that's because you were spooning with Pam Cummings in her giant bush. That's why. She kept you warm with all that body hair she had.
Oh my God. I got to find out if Pam is still alive.
Yeah. What about Jimmy? Jimmy alive?
I don't know. When I go back to Pennsylvania, I'm going to ask those questions.
Yeah, we care
I'll
more
be
about
hitting
Pam.
70, which means they're 3 years old, 2 or 3 years older than me. So
Yeah, we care more about Pam and whether or not she still has a giant bush than we do about Jimmy.
Whereas there's no doubt, and that hasn't changed. I think she's still doing pottery.
With her bush?
No, anybody still doing pottery from those days back in the 70s still is yes.
Hopefully she has changed something. Otherwise, you need a freaking weed whacker to go down there. Get rid of that. All right, so there you go. There's some money, $25 million in other expenses like equipment, marketing, spirit groups, and other miscellaneous items. I'm curious how much is going to spirit groups, right? I wonder how much money the cheerleading team, and I assume band is in there as well. But yeah, those are some of the details. Again, if you're just joining us, new data.
I wonder if that traveling expense includes the band when they go on the road too.
It's a great question. I would think that goes in with spirit groups.
Yeah, probably. You're probably right.
I don't know. Like in high school, the band is considered athletics, but I don't know in college if the band is considered athletics or if that's something different.
Extracurricular, so it could probably go into spirits.
Right. And obviously a lot of people study music and, take band as classes. So I don't know. Someone who's in band or as a kid in band can maybe let us know the answer to that question.
Well, they didn't have to travel Bevo too much to Atlanta because they wouldn't let them in.
No, that was BS. Still, plenty of space on the
We need to,
sideline.
by the way, we need to fix that, okay? Since we are running the SEC, that needs to be changed immediately, doesn't it?
I do wonder, like, if Texas gets back to the SEC title game and they're playing somebody else besides Georgia, will Bevo
Yeah.
be allowed to go? Like, the excuse they used was, oh, in this stadium, there's not enough space. But you wonder if it was, oh, because of the dust up that Bevo and Uga had at the Sugar Bowl a few years ago, we're going to make sure they're not in the same building at the same time.
Yeah, I think that would change.
Yeah. So if it's like Texas and LSU or Texas and Bama, do they?
Yeah, with that fake elephant roll
Yeah, they
tide
don't.
thing.
I would respect Alabama a lot more if they had a real elephant on the sidelines.
I would too, or at least a baby elephant.
Yeah, give me
I
a
mean,
baby elephant. Just like every year or two, just swap it out for a new baby.
yeah, I mean, Baylor used to have a little bit, at least a little baby bear. You know,
Mm.
you're right. Roll Tide should have a little baby elephant
Give me
that
an elephant
travels with
there.
them.
I like that. At least for the home games, it doesn't have to travel, but keep it there in Tuscaloosa. But yeah, there you go. Texas's athletic department brought in $331,905,000 and change last year. They spent nearly $328 million across all 21 sports and 558 student athletes. Again, football bringing in the most, $204 million in revenue. No other SEC football program brought in more than $150 million. So Texas ain't hurting for money. And the donors
No,
continuing to do their jobs, and the Longhorns able to flex their financial muscles because they've got bigger financial muscles more than just about anybody in sports right
they
now.
do. There's
Pretty
no
cool.
doubt.
Pretty.
I got to believe it's Texas, Michigan, Notre Dame, maybe.
Yeah, I'm going to go. I only looked at the Texas numbers yesterday, but I will look after today's show, and we'll have some more data from some of the other, blue blood type of programs tomorrow, and just kind of compare and contrast where Texas stacks up in certain categories with some of the other big schools.
Carolina was probably doing okay until Belichick got there with his girlfriend.
You don't think that helped? Like
No.
not now, but like right when Bill got hired, you don't think there was like an influx of donor money? And again, we only have the numbers for 2024, so we're not gonna, I guess, see the Bill Belichick bump until.
Yeah, they're probably trying to get their money back from her part of the revenue.
Yeah, you think she's on salary now?
Of course she's on salary. Wow. And that's
What's her
something.
What's her job title?
I thought she was the PR. I thought he's getting ready to hire a new PR person, he said. They said they're going to hire a new PR person for Bill Belichick, and she will not take on that responsibility any longer. And I think that's a university telling him, no, she's not going to be your PR person after all these little things that have happened. We're going to hire somebody. But I
Yeah,
guarantee she was getting the PR person money.
yeah,
And you think
maybe.
she'll be on the sideline. She's going to get the assistant coach's money too.
I don't know if she's going to get money, but she will be wearing a headset on game days. I am convinced that that's going to happen.
I'm not
I don't think
buying that.
they're
That's
not
going
going
to
to
be,
give her an actual title because is North Carolina a public university? It is, right?
yes,
So like they've got to make that stuff public. So
sure.
they can't hire her without everybody finding out about it. And they can't hire her at all right now because of just all of the baggage that she brings to the table.
Good Lord.
So she
Dude,
won't have a title there.
once again, I think that's going to come tumbling down, BK, shortly after a couple big losses. There are going to have alums of North Carolina just say, you know what? This was not worth it. If this guy doesn't win and win in a hurry, it's not worth the baggage that he brings with her.
Yeah. And,
Or he's not worth the baggage that comes along with her. Maybe he's
right.
the baggage.
There's not a huge buyout too for Bill Belichick. I think it's 10 mil right now, but after June 1st, it goes down to 1 million. And of
Really?
course, June 1st is well before the start of the season.
No,
So
I don't think it can get that bad.
I can't imagine it does, because then you also have to hire a new coach. You probably just go interim, I guess, at that point, and then just
Yeah,
say,
because then you'd have to hire a new staff and all that other stuff. It'd be too late.
yeah, we're punting. If you do that, you're punting on 2025. And
Yeah, I believe they hate every bit of this right now. That they made
well,
this
they hate the
decision.
chick. We all hate the chick, except for Bill. His own kids hate the girl. Your
Yeah, that's
dog
true.
keeps barking because we're talking about her.
Yeah, that's Zach, something's going on outside this morning.
Yeah, I think it's because we're talking about Jordan Hudson. It's pissed off.
Yeah, Jordan Hudson. That still is. I mean, that's not even intriguing to me. I'm an old man, but 24 years old. I mean, really? I mean, but
Look,
it's not, and it's not the age. It's just the attitude.
well, I think like
No, it's
people
the
have.
age. What am I talking about? Why am I trying to act like I would have something in common with a
Well, that's the
24-year-old?
thing. That's the thing. Like I think it doesn't matter what age you are. You have the desire to hook up with people of whatever sex you're interested in, right?
Right,
So
but I
like
have
if
nothing in common. I have to have.
that's the thing. If you're Bill, you go around hooking up with all the 24-year-olds you want. You're a rich old guy. You could pay them. You can have them around at your place for a weekend or a couple of weeks, but you don't date them. Like, what do you have in common with them?
That's what I mean. That goes a long way. People would say the only thing you have in common is you want to have sex with somebody that's younger like that. I need to have something in common. If I'm going to spend time with somebody, there's something I have to be able to talk about something besides getting naked and jumping into bed. And that old 72-year-old body jumping in bed with a 20, what do you think she thinks when that dude just, unless he's just slinging it, you know what I mean?
I mean, he's so whipped. Like, I feel like he only gets action once a month now. It's like most nights he's like looking for a little bit. He's trying to turn her over in bed, or he's trying to massage her back to just get something going a little bit. And then she's like, nope. And he's
Not
like, all right.
tonight. Hey, not tonight. Not your night, big boy. You think she looks over at him and says, "No, not tonight"?
No, I bet early on she like lured him in. She's like, oh,
Oh
whatever
yeah.
you want, daddy. And then now it's
Hey,
like,
originally they used to shower together. You think they shower together now?
sure. And now
No.
it's oh, if you want to have sex, you need to let me buy another house with your money, please.
No.
You want to get in this? You want to even get the second base? That's gonna cost you a car.
Oh, it's gonna cost you a fur coat.
It's gonna cost you a nice mink here.
No, people aren't like that.
Not everyone's like that. Plenty of people aren't, but there are people who are.
Yeah, they are.
And look, maybe they're truly in love, but it's
I'm gonna lean on the side of at least 85% that they're not.
okay. You were remember, you did say that Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, I know it's different, but that was the last big relationship you said was not really love. You thought it would end very early, and it's still going on.
Oh, those two now, yeah, I believe that's truly she's gonna end up marrying that dude.
In on that. But you think, okay, let me give you an over-under. Let's say end of the calendar year. Let's say December 31st, 2025. Are Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson still together?
No,
Okay.
no. He's gonna have to pick he's going to have to pick a side, and he'll somebody will knock some common sense into him. I mean, one of his kids, one of his sons will say to him, "Dad, no."
I feel like they already have.
No, they've just been trying. They've just been kind of letting him.
Steve can't say anything because Steve's going to get the head coaching job at North Carolina once Bill is done, unless he pisses him off.
Yeah, and that dude's going to be done here after this year because the university's going to go, we can't do this anymore.
Then Steve's taking over. If you're Steve, you got to it's like Steven to Jerry Jones. I mean, I think Steven's a dumbass in his own right, but Steven's like, oh, I got to make sure I agree with Jerry and laugh at his horrible jokes at every press conference. So
Oh,
I'm in the will to get the team when he dies. Right?
yeah. I mean, yeah, he doesn't think that stuff's unless he's just a flat out dope himself,
Oh,
which I don't believe I don't believe Stephen Jones is.
oh
I just think he goes along with his dad, like just for like what you say.
man.
He understands what the benefits are down the road for him.
Yeah, I think maybe it's a combination of both. I think Steven's pretty stupid as well.
Wow.
Because Steven has taken a much bigger role in decisions for the Cowboys in the last decade. Jerry's still obviously the face. He's the guy that talks the most because he's Jerry, and that's what he wants. But Steven deserves a lot of criticism for the Cowboys still not winning anything in the last 5-10 years. So I think
Yeah.
he's pretty dumb himself. But we'll see. I don't even know how we got to Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson.
But everything is revolving around them lately.
That sure seems that way. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The code to text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We've got some fun stories to get to. We've had a lot of sports today, but the ACL lineup got released yesterday. I think it could be fun to go down some of the biggest names and see if Bucky knows who any of them are, because it's a very young lineup this year. So I'm curious to see what you know in the music space in 2025. And also the poop story is going to take a decent amount of time because I
gotta have that.
It's pretty insane. So we'll get to those here in a second. But first, a few more sponsor shout outs.
So our friends, once again, at Sue Patrick's, folks, we're going to be there on Friday. Looking forward to going over and see Jay and the gang. And Mother's Day on Sunday, come in and grab those items for mom, whether it's jewelry or clothing. They've got it at Sue Patrick. And folks, you will enjoy what they have. All kinds of golf equipment that they have there right now. They've got the polos, the shorts. They've got shorts there. As the weather starts to change a little bit, you're going to want those shorts that they have at Sue Patrick's. Believe me, I got some of those khaki shorts to wear, so I'm going to look cool in my Sue Patrick shorts here. Like I said, they've got all the different types of polos and everything that you need at Sue Patrick's. Jelly cats are there. And, folks, we will be there. 5222 Burnett Road. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Yes, indeed. Love Sue Patrick. Also love our friends at Covert Bee Cave. If you're looking for a new car, a new pre-owned car, new used car, whatever, go see our friends at Covert Bee Cave, the best car dealership in Central Texas. They've got everything you want in a car buying experience. The selection. If you don't know what you want, maybe you're not an expert on cars. You got work, you got a family, you got other stuff to do. You can't be spending countless hours researching cars. Well, if you don't know what you want, go talk to one of the experts at Covert Bee Cave, and their selection is phenomenal. It's 42 acres of cars, trucks, and SUVs on one lot. It's really 3 dealerships and one. So the selection is unmatched. The service is fantastic. Dan Covert, Mike, the GM out there, great dude. Stacy, we love her. Jerome and Cameron and Ron and the whole squad. I mean, we buy our cars from Covert Bee Cave. The Buck bought his last car there. Zay bought his car there. Next time I'm in the market for a car, that's where I'm going to go. They've got you covered. And, of course, the prices, Buck.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Well, they say that for a reason. The Covert Auto Group, they've been around for more than 100 years. Go out and see them off Highway 71 or go find out more info online at covertbcave.com.
And folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, sports medicine, spinal care, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. But best of all, Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice, not just the largest, but the best in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And a quick shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. All of our TSU merch, our hats, our shirts, our posters, our stickers, all made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. We've got some T-shirts coming soon as well.
Sweet.
For our staff, but also for you people out there too. So we're trying to come up with a good slogan or some good phrases to put on there. We're taking suggestions if you have them. But if you've got a business that needs stuff, reach out to Adam. You can find him on Instagram at Waterloo Printing, or you can call or text him directly, 512-300-9641.
Very nice.
All right, Buck. Austin City Limits will return.
Yes.
It's October, 2 weekends. Once again, October 3rd through the 5th and October 10th through the 12th. The first weekend is Texas's road game at Florida. The second weekend is Texas OU in Dallas.
Okay, we will not be around for that.
Will not be around for that one. And no bye week. Sometimes one of the ACL weekends coincides with a Texas football open date, but that is not the case here in 2025. I'll do a little screen share, but I'll also read this because this is kind of tough. We're not going to run down every single act on here, but I want to go through the top 15 acts for ACL. And I just want to ask you, Buck, if you have heard of these people. Okay. So we'll start with the headliners on the very left, and we'll go from the top down. There are 7 headliners this year, per usual. Sabrina Carpenter is the first name on this list.
Never heard of her.
Okay. Hosier.
Yes.
You've heard of him?
I've heard of Hosier, yes. I've heard of Doja Cat.
You've heard of
Luke
Doja Cat?
Luke Combs, yes. I know about him, yes.
It's 3 in a row. Okay, this is not to question you here, but just out of curiosity, can you name one song from any of those 3 artists?
No, don't
Okay,
care.
but you've heard.
I know of those people. I know of those people, yes.
Okay, what about the Strokes?
I be stroking it. No, but I don't know them at all.
Not Billy Squier, The Stroke. The band The Strokes. Okay. John Summit.
No.
Okay. Doechii.
Dolce Vita. Is that some kind of, is that like ceviche?
I don't think it's like ceviche or ceviche in general. Are you thinking Dolce Vita?
Yeah, maybe it's them too.
Isn't that like a tequila or something?
Yeah, something like that. It's a tequila brand, no?
No, that is Doechii. That is a female rapper. Okay, so of the 7 headliners, you know 3 of them, but you know
I've
0
probably heard of Luke
songs.
Combs more than anything. Isn't Luke Combs country?
Yeah, big time country artist.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, I've heard of probably him more than any of them.
Okay, so again, we're not going to run down the whole list, but now we'll go to the right, to the smaller names here. We'll start at the top because they usually put this in order of popularity. I don't even know this first band. Feid? F-E-I-D?
Not a chance.
Okay. Cage the Elephant.
Nope. Cage the cat. Don't know the elephant, the cat. Cage the monkey. Nope. Don't know them either.
Cage D's nuts. T-Pain. What about T-Pain?
No.
Oh.
Rapper from Houston?
Not from Houston, but he is a rapper.
Okay, so that's as close as I can come. Right, there you go.
Okay.
Just sound like a rapper's name.
Yeah, we're not going to count that because that was clearly a total guess on your part, but an educated one. Well done. Empire of the Sun.
Where have I heard a song from them from? No.
Are you asking me if that's a no, or are you telling
That's
me?
a no. I haven't heard of anything.
Okay. D-Joe.
No.
Or DeJoe. I don't know who that is either.
D-Joe, no.
Okay. Pierce the Veil.
Oh, of course not.
Rilo Kiley.
Nope.
Maren Morris.
Alana Morissette?
Not Alanis Morissette. Are there any names outside of the 3? You could do a quick glance at this. Any names on here?
I can't see all that anyway. My vision is not good.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's very small font. It's I don't think it's a U-Vision thing. It's just,
well, give me one that I know. Is Gary Clark Jr. on there?
No, Gary Clark Jr. is not on there.
Is old ass buddy guy on there?
Oh, your favorite band, Japanese Breakfast, will be here.
Okay.
Also, you like Car Seat Headrest, don't you?
No, I don't like them either.
I'm trying to see if there's anybody else that I think you've heard of on this. I really don't think there is. Man.
Modest Mouse on there?
Modest Mouse, you heard of them?
Yes.
Okay. What about Rainbow Kitten Surprise?
No, I haven't heard of them. John Legend on there at all?
No, John Legend would be a headliner.
Would he?
If he was coming. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's not a great.
Lionel Richie on there at all? Lionel Richie making an appearance?
No, Lionel Richie.
Any old black artists coming to town?
I don't see a lot of black artists in general on this list. But no, not any old black artists. Yeah, ACL, I guess, not catering to the 69 plus crowd this year.
No, that's for kids.
I don't think they're
Who the hell else is going to go down there besides kids and you standing for hours on end in the sun?
Dude, there are so many adults there. It's crazy.
Oh, there's a lot of olds that are there too with their kids.
Yeah, a lot of them go with their kids, I guess, but a lot of them just go. It's like live music. I mean, ACL's been around forever.
Yes.
Ever. So it's just an Austin institution, right? And people just.
I only go when there's dog on a rope, pit bull on a rope, and that was Reggae Fest.
Yeah, I don't think they do pit bull on a rope at ACL.
No, I don't think they allow that.
They don't
No,
allow
they got
dogs.
dogs down there, don't they?
I don't think they do for ACL.
Yeah, they don't. I don't think they allow pit bull on a rope.
It's obviously at Zilker, so for most of the year you can bring your dogs around there, no problem. But ACL, I don't think they allow pets in there. Memory serves. So there's the lineup for Austin City Limits. I'm pretty underwhelmed. Like, I mean, forget 69 plus. I don't think this caters to like 29 plus. There's some good acts out there. Some people I'm excited to see. I'm a big fan of the Strokes, rock band that's been around for a while. I'm a little surprised you haven't heard of them. Luke Combs is great, but it's a pretty underwhelming list of headliners. There's no like classic rock star. There's no like super group. There's no big time rapper. It's a lot of pop and a lot of just indie stuff that I could go without.
Somebody told me T-Pain. Somebody just telling me, Michael is telling me that T-Pain is Teddy Pendergrass's son. Now you're talking. Wow.
No, he's not.
He's not?
No.
Liar.
He jokes about that. He does call himself that, but I don't think
he wishes he could sing like Teddy P.
I don't think he actually is. I don't know. Now I'm double checking that. Is Teddy Pendergrass's real last name Pendergrass?
Yes.
Then no, he's definitely not, because that's not T-Pain's real last name. So
Could have changed his name. I mean, he's a star.
I don't know why you would change your name. Well, you also see his birth name on Wikipedia, and yeah, no, it's not that. It's Fahim Rashad Najim.
Excuse me? Bless you?
Doesn't sound like a Teddy Pendergrass offspring, does it?
No.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's not my favorite ACL lineup of all time, but it's always fun. I hope to be down there again. I'll definitely go check it out. But yeah, people generally
no salt
speaking,
and pepper? No salt and pepper?
No salt and pepper there. Generally speaking, people just taking a look at social media over the last 24 hours or so since this came out, people a little underwhelmed. But I feel like that happens every year. So people just complain about
classic rock and roll Hall of Famers coming.
No,
they're still out there.
The closest thing you get to that, the closest thing you get to that is the Strokes, because again, they're a rock group that's been around since the '90s. They're very good, very popular. Sold a bunch of records and sold out a bunch of venues. But yeah, no, you don't get any. There's not a lot of bones being thrown in the olds this year. I'm an old soul when it comes to music, typically speaking. So a little disappointing.
You're a big Billy Joel fan. You'll go anywhere for Billy Joel.
I do like Billy Joel. Yeah, I've seen him 3 times. I don't know if I'd go anywhere for Billy Joel, but I'd go, yeah. I've seen Billy Joel in Dallas, Austin, or Houston. So I'd go to those 3 places to see Billy Joel. I don't know. Yeah, the F1 lineup is better with Garth Brooks.
Oh, that Saturday is going to be dynamite.
Yeah, Kygo, Garth Brooks, and Turnpike Troubadours. I might like them more than any of the ACL headliners this year. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Buck.
Austin's very own Gary Clark Jr. doesn't perform down there at all anymore. I mean, I know he's all over the world, but
right, yeah, I'm sure he will perform at ACL again.
Yeah,
But it's a mix of ACL has to want you on a given year, and your schedule has to work out. Like, you have to want to perform there, but also, if you've got a tour schedule already, then you might not amend that to perform at ACL. Some people do, but it's usually, there are a few big music festivals around the country every year. Like Lollapalooza is one of them. And usually a lot of the acts who perform at Lolla also perform at ACL. So it's a lot of folks who just kind of dedicate a part of their year to go perform at these festivals.
Yeah, someone says Sting was great last year there.
Sting was at F1.
That had to be awesome out there.
Yeah, out at Coda. Yeah. I didn't go see that show, but I'm sure they were. Thankfully, F1 weekend is not Georgia weekend this year.
Yes.
So I can actually go. I know F1, our friends at Coda did fine. They still sold a boatload of tickets and sold out every day of the weekend. But for the Longhorn football fans who had to choose, look, there will still be a Texas football game that weekend, but it's a road game.
You will still make money at Texas.
Yeah, that's for sure. But it's a road game, so it's like, all right, you don't feel as bad about going to one or the other. You don't have to make that choice.
All right, give me the crap story, man. I'm waiting. I'm holding on. We only got like 9 minutes. I need to hear that crap story.
Here we go. We teased this yesterday, and we didn't get to it. We ran out of time, so we will get to it today. We had a crap story on Monday. Remember that one about the
Yes,
airplane where
yes.
a woman on board a Southwest flight from, what was it, Philly to Chicago, stripped fully naked and took a crap on her seat in the middle of the flight. And when they landed, they had medical personnel there and airport staff just to, I guess, help her off the plane. And
They took the plane out of business, which,
they
come on, just take the seat out of business.
they had to take the plane out of commission for cleaning, which makes a lot of sense because even if you change seats, it's still going to smell like crap, and nobody wants that on board a long flight. So yeah, that happened on Monday, and I told you this story is even worse. We have video for this one. This is not poop on a plane. This is poop on a car.
Somebody's really angry at someone.
It's a road rage shit incident, Buck. Some people call this a shitcident. We go to Philadelphia for this
Oh,
one.
of course, where I was born, home of my birth.
Classic Philly. 44-year-old Christina Solometo. Oh, yeah, Christina, a woman. She was involved in a road rage incident last
On the
week
Schuylkill Express, probably.
in the streets of Philadelphia, as
Oh, the streets of Philadelphia.
Bruce Springsteen once said. We don't know exactly how this started, but a source on the scene says Solometo cut off another driver, and the
Okay.
other driver apparently started tailing her. The two drivers stopped. Solometo was pissed that she was getting tailed or followed or chased, whatever word you want to use,
Don't get out of the car,
by,
Salamento.
by this other driver. So they got to a stop sign. She gets out of the car,
Oh, don't do that.
and well, Solometo decided to defecate on the hood of the other car. Here's the video. It's not the clearest. It's taken from a bystander who's in a different car, and they're kind of trying to be coy. They don't want
Well,
them to
yeah,
know that
thank you for that part.
they're filming. So it's not the clearest, but it's clear enough.
I don't need it to be clear.
Here you go. So again, there's the filmer from a different car. You see a woman open the door from the front car. She walks back and boom, she drops her pants and drops a load on the other car. You'll get a little bit more of a close up at the end here, I think. Yeah, there's that brown splash. One more time. Again, not the clearest video. You see the woman get out of the front car. She runs to the back. There she goes. Pulls down her pants, bends over, and drops a deuce. And that's a runny one. That's a liquidy guy there.
Dude,
On the hood of the car.
that is so foul.
Look at that. Look at that brown. That ain't solid right
That's
there.
mustard gas.
That's a little spicy mustard there coming out from
It
Christina
looked like your
Sullivan.
car that she did that. Why would she do that on your car? When were you in Philly?
This broad did this in broad daylight, too. Like there's people
She is
around
a
filming.
She's a nasty heathen.
This isn't like a residential area, too, right? It's just a four-way
Yes.
stop in a neighborhood. Boom, right on the hood of the Hyundai, almost covering up the Hyundai logo. I don't know if that's good for advertising for them. So this
I gotta
video went
believe
viral.
if she will do that, she's got a gun in her car too.
If she had a gun, wouldn't she have just used that instead?
I don't know. Sometimes it's better just to shit on somebody's stuff.
I mean, I guess you don't really kill somebody when you shit on their stuff. But
Yeah, it wasn't that serious. If you just shit on their car, it wasn't that serious.
well, this video went viral.
And she's going
Solometo
to
was
jail now.
identified. Yeah. She was identified. Authorities went to her residence and she was arrested. She now faces multiple charges, including indecent exposure. She got naked.
That now she's gonna have to go and get papers done and everybody knows what she is.
Indecent
Sex
exposure.
offender.
disorderly conduct, criminal mischief, harassment, and I didn't know this was a crime, depositing waste on the highway. I guess that counts as waste. Well, it is waste.
It is waste. Yeah, you can't drop trowel. You know, like I said, I'll never do it in my pants. I could go to jail for leaning up against a telephone pole on the highway and doing it instead of doing it in my pants. Yeah, you can get in trouble for that.
Is that the don't mess with Texas? I always thought that was just trash. I didn't think that was like your own shit.
Hey, if you don't bag it, you get in trouble. If you don't bring your own baggie like you do with your dog and pick it up and put it in the baggie, you can you'll be in trouble for that.
But I feel like you're still going to face indecent exposure.
Yes.
Right? And a couple of those other charges, even if you do pick up after your own shit.
Well, at least that's just one less charge you have to deal with.
That is one less charge you have to deal with. We do have another video of officers arresting Christina at her place. She had some interesting comments as she was getting put in the back of a cop car.
Can you tell us what happened?
The lady chased me. She chased me and I asked her not to attack me.
She chased you?
I have a sickness.
You said she chased you?
Yeah, she chased me. And I got out and begged her to stop.
So that lady yells, "You got anything better to do?"
Yeah, I don't know if that's like her roommate or her spouse or her friend. It almost sounds like, oh, you got nothing better to do than arrest this girl? No, she's got to be arrested for that one here.
Yes.
She said, yeah, she was chasing me, and then I have a sickness was mentioned in the middle of that.
Yes.
I would say she's right.
Yeah, I would say she has a sickness.
Authorities. Good.
Yeah, that's a sickness. That's pretty sick. I mean, that's even worse than that's worse than a baked potato. My baked potato is better than that.
Your baked potato is funnier than that for sure.
I have a sickness.
Is that what you said when your friends started chasing you around the campfire?
Yes.
I have a sickness.
Oh my God. I was also like 13 or 12.
Yeah, this is a grown woman. I mean, she is 44 years old. Authorities say Solometto told them that it was, quote, a clean poop that didn't require toilet paper, end quote.
Oh, no, lady. You went and put your stuff back on, sat in your seat. That was not clean. That was messy.
That gross. I mean, it was so liquidy. That absolutely requires toilet paper. I mean, all of them do, but that one especially.
That required a shower.
You're right. That required a bidet or a full-on shower.
Oh my God.
And you're right. She just pulled up her pants.
My car would have been for sale that day. I would have taken it to the washed it, and then I would have sold it. There's not a chance I could have got back in that car. That couldn't be my daily car. No.
The shit wasn't in the car. It was on the car.
Dude, it's right there by where it gets hot and warm in there.
Well, yeah. I mean, you got to go get it washed like right away. You're getting rid of the car altogether for that?
I get rid of the car. The car has to go. And at a cut rate price, too. That car has to go. That can't be in my driveway ever again.
It's a pretty pedestrian little Hyundai here. It doesn't look like the owner of this vehicle has expendable cash to go just buy a new car today.
Well, they can get something. They can get $1,200 for that and start all over.
Really horrible filming here by this person. This should have been a lot better. It's better than nothing.
But, oh my God. I don't need any close shots. That's fine.
Just keep a stable arm there, Cloverfield. What are you doing? Hold it. Hold the phone in one spot.
You need a better photographer, don't you?
But yeah, apparently it's a verbal, that's the word I was trying to say. Altercation with another driver. They might have been yelling back and forth before that happened. The police say the dispute escalated after the other driver called Solometto a derogatory name, prompting her to express her anger in that bizarre and illegal fashion. She said, Solometto also told police, quote, I wanted to punch her in the face, but I pooped on her car instead and went home.
I'd have rather take the shot in the head than have to lose my car because I couldn't keep that car again.
You'd rather get punched? I mean, maybe by from her.
Yeah, by her, yes.
But what if it was a woman? The other person driving was a woman, and it's like, I don't know. I mean, she's 44 from Philly. She probably can pack a punch.
Yes,
She's
she
willing
can.
to she's willing to shit on your car. My guess is she's willing to not fight fair.
Oh, yeah, no, she doesn't fight fair. She never has.
So she might go with the little, a groin kick in addition to the punch to the
Oh,
face. So what would you
that is
rather have?
gross.
You'd rather have the punch to the dome than the shit on the car?
Yeah, don't shit on my car. Whatever, don't shit on my car.
Man,
Because when the time comes and I end up shitting in the back of your trunk, you're not gonna ever want that car again, are you?
if you shit inside the car, then no. I'm
Yeah,
with
in the
you.
trunk, even in the trunk.
If someone goes, yeah, in the trunk, like, I don't want that at all.
When you
I
see
don't
my
want that
little
at all.
hey, when my little legs are hanging out the back and your trunk is that's
No.
not gonna be good.
I'm getting rid of the car if it's inside the car. But if someone
gone.
drops a deuce on my car, not going to be thrilled by any stretch, and I will probably you shit on my car.
We're talking biohazard. We're not talking about pigeon crap or bird poop or grackle came across your car and shit on your car. We're talking about a subhuman being, really, that would do that. That's really not a real human being that would do that.
Well, it's Philadelphia. Of course it's a subhuman being.
Yeah, it's true.
Figure that part was implied. No, if you shit on my car, like, I'm probably not getting rid of the car, but I am returning.
Somebody said the camera person should be arrested too.
Yeah, I am returning the favor. Maybe it's the flaming bag of crap on the front porch.
Oh,
Maybe it's I just smear shit on your car windows. Maybe I shit on your wife.
Oh my God.
Who knows? I don't know. On your kid. Maybe I shit on your kid.
Oh, well, the kid's at the store.
Or remember we had that story a few weeks ago of that guy who was the giant jugs of piss that he was putting in his neighbor's trash can.
Yeah, that's awful.
Maybe I'm just putting all of my family's crap in your cans for the foreseeable future.
People are nasty.
People are nasty, dude.
I mean, that's nasty.
That's also one of the funniest phrases in human history, and maybe the first time those words have ever been uttered in human history. I wanted to punch her in the face, but I pooped on her car instead and went home. That needs to be on a shirt or something.
How about when they come looking for you and you know that the cops are coming to your house, they found out who you are, and you're being taken away, and you got to explain to your sister, your brother, your mom, hey, this is why I'm going. I shit on her car.
Hey, well, she shouldn't have tailed her, man. You do what you got to do. Better than someone getting killed. It's the best road rage incident we've ever had.
That one's not as good still as the one where if the lady takes all her clothes off and shits on the plane. I wouldn't be able to deal with that. Except for Rodney and I, we still have to get to our destination, and we're not stopping.
Well, let's bring on the boys from Chaos Theory here. It's Double R. And
we are getting to our destination, Ronnie. No matter what, she shits in the plane. Somebody take your shirt off. Take your shirt off, cover it up. I've got to get to Spain. I'm not missing my trip to Spain because somebody decided to crap in the seat behind me. There's not a chance.
Give me some of them wet wipes like they have at the barbecue place. We're still going.
I know there's a man in here that's got those man wipes or whatever. Let's pick it up and let's fly on.
Keep rolling.
There you go.
So
BK and those guys would be like, put this plane down.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, we got to get to it.
You say cover it up, like putting a T-shirt over a pile of crap is going to prevent the smell from permeating the plane.
No, people have carry-on. You just get a T-shirt, put it on there, slide it around, move it around a little bit, get some water, dump some.
Somebody's got a trash bag. What is that
stuff that you're supposed to put on stains? Which soda is it? Like soda water?
Baking soda.
Baking soda. Put a little soda water on that thing. Wipe it up real good. You know what I'm saying? Turn the air conditioning blower right down on it so it dries out. And then we got to keep flying. We don't need to stop planes for people doing that stuff.
That's right. Hey, so it's Dad Joke Wednesday. Is that what you call a shit and run?
I like that. That's better than shitsident. Well done there, sir.
I'm telling you, people are crazy. This is not mental health. People are just born that way with these problems. That's a birth thing. Anybody she was like that. You think she just got that way because she grew up in Philly? She was like that the day she was born. She was the nuts.
She has a sickness, Buck. You got to forgive her. She has a sickness.
Yeah.
She's
Diarrhea.
mentally ill. You cannot get mad at people who have mental illness these days.
Wow.
You know the rules.
That looked like some Taco Bell. That had to have been like
God.
in churrito or.
All right, I got to go. That's
come
come
on. All right, I'm going to play this video one more time, the second one, because we only played this one once. This is the woman getting arrested and getting put into the back of a cop car. And you can hear very faintly, there's a few voices you hear because there's a couple of members of the media on scene. So a couple of them are asking questions. And one person very faintly asked, "What'd you have for lunch today?" Take a listen.
Can you tell us what happened?
The lady chased me. She chased me and I asked her not to attack me.
She chased you?
I have a sickness.
You said she chased you?
Yeah, she chased me. And I got out and begged her to stop.
I had.
You hear that? What'd you eat that day? Some guy from a distance just yelling that.
Yeah.
Look. Superpowers are pretty cool, right? I don't know if being able to have explosive diarrhea on demand qualifies as a superpower, but that's pretty impressive, man. Like I could not just randomly go do that anytime I wanted to. This woman got pissed at another driver and just got mad, and her anger internally caused her to produce that shit in a perfect time to drop it on a different car. That's a skill right there.
Nerves, maybe
Nerves, anxiety.
anxiety.
She felt like she was
Anxiety,
getting
maybe?
chased, so the adrenaline was going. People like piss themselves if they're
Yeah.
in high pressures. Maybe it was that.
God, but then she
I
got in
know the
car
bubble
and drove
guts
off.
start to go when the anxiety comes, right?
Yeah, I think so. Christina Skidmark Solometto is what they apparently called her in school growing up.
Man, but then she got in her car and drove off. That's
Yeah,
like, God, that's gotta be. Like when you ever hit a skunk, which by the way, I love the smell of skunk. If you hit a skunk, it's like, I mean, yeah, that's right. To clean your car, it takes a lot. Ugh, God, that's gross.
yeah.
Man, sitting in your own shit.
Sitting in your
Running.
own. Yeah.
It's not. It's like the feel of that too, right? And it's gonna chap up. It's gonna chafe because that was wet, right? That was diarrhea.
It looked like it. She
Uh,
said it was a clean poop that didn't require toilet paper, but the visual aids that we provided say otherwise.
Didn't require toilet paper. It was a no wiper.
I've never had one of those.
I've had no wipers. I've had plenty of no wipers, but
Yeah, I mean, I've had a car with no wipers, but I mean, so it's like, so have you ever taken a good dump and you look over and you're almost out of toilet paper and you use what you have left?
no, we always make sure that there's enough supply before we shit.
No, and then you have to walk. Like here, if I take a crap upstairs, I have to walk downstairs into the garage.
With shit in your ass?
Yeah, and it's like
No.
you're walking around and you can feel it kind of moving around between your butt cheeks and shit. And then by the time you wipe, it's under the bottom of your,
Please
ball
tell me
sack.
this is just for the show and you haven't really done this.
Oh no, trust me, I have.
Oh.
I have. Ask my wife, because I'll get out and walk, and
Why haven't you just called Tracy to bring you a fucking roll of toilet paper?
she won't hear me if I call her. I'm doing the wide
These
leg
things,
walk.
Rodney. These things.
Oh yeah, well,
That's gross.
yeah.
Too much detail there. All right. Well, congrats to Christina. So I hope she doesn't have kids because her kids are going to have to deal with this story for the rest of her life. And I hope she doesn't have kids because I hope no guy put something inside of her because she's psycho beyond belief. But
you ever seen you've seen Kingpin, right?
yes.
Where Woody Harrelson's just sitting there at the bar, he's drinking a beer, and there's this guy next to him. He just all of a sudden looks over at him. Who you calling psycho?
Yeah. That's Christina Solometto, and that's most people from Philadelphia. So fitting that this story comes from.
Yeah, and if you've watched Always Sunny, you kind of know, right?
Oh yeah. That feels like a Sunny bit. You're right. It does.
Yeah.
Gentlemen.
You put something in there, and it's like checking your oil. When you look at the dipstick and there's oil, That's
This is gross.
I can't get over the fact that this dude ran around with a turd dangling out of his ass like a dog does.
Yeah, he's just wiping it across the carpet like a dog does on the grass. On that note, love you guys. See y'all tomorrow.
God, not that bad, man. I'll make sure that everything's out. You know what I mean? It's like,
So hold on. Before we get into this, you like, I was taught from day one, make sure there's enough on the roll before you sit down on the throne, right? Like, or look up in the pantry where you stow the rolls of toilet paper, and if there isn't, Ma, Dad, or Grandma, Granddad, where's the toilet? Where's the shit paper?
that's the key right there. I always assume that there's an extra one in the cabinet or what. I don't look, it's like good faith. I mean, good faith. Yeah, that there's an extra one there, that somebody has put that there.
I am grateful that I have never been in those situations. There's just situations that I will not be in.
Yeah,
that I just won't.
And it's always, my dog follows me everywhere, so she's like waiting right there, and I have to walk out, and I'm like, hold on, girl, I'll be right back. Hold on. And, I'm kind of wide legging it across the into the garage. That's where we keep those supplies. So yeah,
my goodness, Rodney, that's graphic.
It happens, man. It's very unfortunate. It doesn't happen a lot.
If it happens more than once, dude, I would say learn from your lesson.
Well, I have to tell you where it was
like failure is usually the most, the hardest teacher, or the one where the lessons get over the hardest. But I mean, it's there, it sticks. You would think you failed a few times with this thing, buddy.
Yeah, well, it's a definition of insanity. You keep doing the same thing over and over and get the same result. And this is why you call McCall Custom Homes, because now in the master, I will never run out in the master bath. They put a big ass cabinet right above that thing, and I've got a lot of toilet paper.
You're a 50-year-old man. You have no excuses.
I know. It's just one of those things. I had a great upbringing, and I went downhill from there. That's what my aunt always says. I do things. I've gotten in trouble, and she was like, "He was okay till he got away from me."
Yep, he was fine until he got out of here, and then it kind of went downhill from there, man. Well, where do you want to go first, partner? We got NBA playoffs, we got NHL playoffs, we got some news in the NFL, some shakeups there. Your team's getting a wide receiver, but he's got a little bit of an attitude problem, but it seems perfect for Dallas. We'll talk about that in a little bit here. Lot to touch on. Lot to go.
Yeah, yet another distraction, I'm sure, but we can get to that. Hard to not talk NBA playoffs, man. How about them Cleveland Cavaliers in a 2-0 hole, my brother?
In spite of Spider Mitchell having two amazing games, it's almost like go ahead and let this dude eat and then try and take care of the bigs. My goodness, and like the Pacers come back from behind and steal the damn thing, and now like if you're Cleveland down 0-2 after hosting the first two games, you're kind of thinking that, or you're on life support. You're absolutely on life. You know what you are? Cleveland is looking for some toilet paper after running out of shit paper on the throne. Okay, because that seemed like they were great until they got out of the regular season, and they got into the playoffs, and here comes the shit show, right?
Yeah.
Look, they haven't been able to finish. And then all this for. You want to talk about people that are just rising above the occasion. Hallie is fantastic, and credit it's not just Halliburton. It's a whole bunch. It's Siakam's going out and getting his. Turner's being able to contribute too. There's some cogs on the player, or there's some cogs on the Pacers team that can actually make this thing happen. And I guess they have one hell of a chance to get past Cleveland, going back to their place in Indiana to host two more games and maybe get this thing as a sweep. You'd have to think that it's at least a gentleman's sweep now, or six games at best for Cleveland. I don't think they come back from this thing. It's just, I mean, 0-2 is it seems insurmountable. It just doesn't.
0-2 going to Indiana. It seems insurmountable at this point. And the other part of that is, I know that Cleveland blew 2 leads, I guess. I mean, when you're up by 7 with 48 seconds to go and you still find a way to lose, I mean, that's very concerning. But the other part of it for Cleveland to dig their way back into this, Wags, they're down 3 dudes, So, I think that's the other part there where the injury.
Yeah, that's something that we didn't talk about either.
Yeah. So that factors in, and now you're going back over there. I think Cleveland is. I think that last night, a loss like that, Wags, that's one that just totally takes the steam out of you. I mean, even one thing if they were coming to Cleveland, but now you give up a 14-point lead going into the final stanza, and then you got to go there. I don't see how they come back from this. I think the series is toast.
Again, it's almost like Indiana has all the pieces and really just Cleveland's trying to find the Legos to try and build the blocks together to make this thing happen or just to try and salvage this thing. Again, 0-2 going away seems insurmountable, man.
Yeah. And like John talks about right here, no, it's not a Cinderella story at all. We kind of touched on this yesterday to where I think that what happens with Indiana is they don't really like blow you off the map. When you look at them, it's not something where they have this kind of like the Laker thing where there's always this charisma and this different thing. It's just it's a very much a hardworking team is what Indiana is. It kind of takes the whole personality of Indiana, and they're very quiet. But right now, I think that the way that they won this game last night, they're making a hell of a lot of noise here, and they're really on the verge of finishing this off. Wags, I think maybe Cleveland gets one on the road. But then again, I'm not really sure about that, dude.
Yeah, Cleveland, the only thing protecting the rim right now is Allen, and it's that struggle bus right now, man. They got all the pieces. Cleveland or Indiana does. Naismith had a game last night too. Turner, like I mentioned, Turner had a game. Both of them 8 for 7 from the field was Turner, and then 8 for 13 was Naismith. Hallie, and then Hallie doing what he does, 3 for 5 from the perimeter, and then 7 from 11. 2 for 2 from the perimeter, 3 for 5 from free throw land.
Yeah, and then where I think it's even harder for Cleveland, and it's a shame, is when you have Darius Garland, Evan Mobley, and DeAndre Hunter. Those 3 guys are out, and you still had yourself in a really, really damn good position to win this thing up until the end of it, up until less than a minute to go, and you still can't. I mean, in one way, it's like, okay, you're missing those 3 big pieces of the puzzle, and yet you were still in position to win, but then you don't. So and what can you say about Halliburton? I mean, hell, that dude had to get an X-ray, didn't he? I mean, didn't they have to check him out at the half? I mean, the guy got kind of dinged around, but he's just been brilliant in the playoffs, man. And Indiana's kind of a very silent 2-0, but it's a little bit loud this morning, I think.
It's a roaring 2-0.
They're on everybody's radar right now.
It is a roaring 2-0, man. I don't even know the status on when Mobley is due to come back. I know he's got a sprained ankle, but I don't know when he's slated. I mean, if they survive this series, will he even be available for I can't assume that it's going to be Boston anymore, man. I can't assume anything now. Yeah, I was assuming that it was going to be Cleveland, but here we go. Looks like Carlisle and company can actually get this thing done.
That's what I was going to say.
Or get to the next stage.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. And that's what I was going to say. I was going to really give a shout out there to Rick Carlisle, because again, that's one of those guys to where we were talking about Greg Popovich the other day. Obviously, Rick Carlisle not quite there at this point, but that's another thing where we talk about Indiana just kind of floating under the radar a little bit on some people's radar. A lot of that is Rick Carlisle. And that's not anything that's news to us, is that you get a Rick Carlisle team that's disciplined and they find ways to win. And we're seeing it right now. And they're up 2-0. So good for them.
Yeah. Halliburton right now, just cojones of steel, right? Be able to ice that damn thing. I mean, and also like just the step, that's been 2 nights in a row, right? We've seen the step back 3 for the win.
Yeah.
Is that
2 in a row? Yeah. Yep. absolutely. And that
Ice in the veins.
I tell you, man, that's when you talk about, we talk about that so many different times where, you talk about a pitcher when you have to have ice in the veins and quarterbacks and so forth. But when you get a guy that constantly makes plays like that, we talk about Steph all the time and guys that have just been daggers. I mean, Halliburton's kind of there right now with what he's doing. And Cleveland, they better be worried, man. Better be worried because they might want to start making some golf plans for the offseason because I think they're about to be done here in about a week or so.
Well, fight until it's over, right?
Yep.
Fight until it's over.
Got to fight this thing out.
Yeah, and like one for like you got to realize like when you're not feeling it, try and be the diversion, right? Or if of course, like Mitchell's going to be the dude that's going to be getting your buckets, right? But if you can create a 2-man with him and Allen, and maybe have the cogs filling, Strus needs to come up. Jerome needs a hit. Like these guys aren't hitting their shots. That's another thing too, right? And we're also going to talk. I'm sure we're going to go into the other game here. We want to talk about people just missing shots, man. You can't be, just laying bricks all damn night, and thinking that. Thinking that you actually got to chip a chair in a prayer, man. It's just not going to happen. It's not working out that way.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see the answer. We'll see the answer that Cleveland comes up with. But again, like we talked about.
What did Cleveland shoot, by the way, before we get out of there? 28%, Rodney. 28% from the field. That ain't happening, man.
No, that's absolutely not going to work. That's not going to work.
Minnesota shot well either when we talk about that game too. So we'll flip over to Golden State in just a minute here, but yeah, 28% from the field for Cleveland there. Not exactly, their best output. But also like, that's got to be somewhat of a credit or a testament to the defense that Indiana's playing, right? I mean, when you're still settling for perimeter shots and you're still not hitting them, and because you can't get to the cup. Well, I mean, I guess we're seeing how much they depended on their size down low too. So, I still think you'd be able to get something mustard or something cooking with Allen a little bit, but we'll see what they can do. They got to make some adjustments, that's for sure. Being down 0-2.
Yeah, better get with it. You never say never, but this is one of these times where it's the outlook is not bright. For the Cleveland Cavaliers. And with that second game, I was so thrown off last night, Wags. So that one starts, and I was doing the whole double view where you had NHL and NBA together. So it's just kind of, I like to throw the wife off. She's like, "How can you concentrate on 2 games?" I'm like, "Well, just
my wife always thinks that I'm overstimulated in here. Nah, there's not enough, man. Like my ADHD, I'm able to track everything. So
yeah, it's like that's a nice thing about like with that YouTube TV thing where you flip all these screens on, and all these Tom McKay screens, and you can double box, and you've got so many different things going on. It's like how can you concentrate on that? I'm like, for one thing, you're breaking my concentration. Don't bother me, and I can concentrate on all this. But so I was
the only thing they had last night was Mitchell. That's it.
That's all they had. That is all they had. And you're gonna need a hell of a lot more than that. You're gonna need a hell of a lot more than that. That second game, I was so thrown off because I looked at it and I'm like, why are they in Minnesota? See, what I'm so convinced that Golden State
Golden State's the better team, so they should
Yeah. I'm so convinced that Golden State's the better team. I'm like, why the hell are they playing in Minnesota? And well, I guess Golden State was the better team, Wags. Seems like.
Even without Steph. So here's
early.
What Golden State was doing last. And again, Minnesota had an awful night shooting, right? We need to bring that up. Let's go into that box score real quick. Minnesota shot even worse than Cleveland last night. Minnesota shot 17% from the field.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
17% from the perimeter, and then 39% from the field. And they were settling for perimeter shots, settling for jumpers. Ant was not attacking, was not being aggressive and getting to the cup and trying to create or making the defense rotate over to allow Rudy to eat or get Reed involved, man. And they're settling for excuse my language. They're settling for 3-pointers and they're not utilizing their size. We saw this with them last year in the playoffs, right? Mm-hmm. They had a chance to insert their will or impose their will, and they didn't do it. They struggled to do it. Now, what is Golden State doing well? they're not just relying on the perimeter where they can cook and absolutely score and be lethal. They are cutting to the basket. And not just that, they're filling the lanes, Rodney. When they're cutting to the basket, the other man sees the guy cutting. The other guy sees the guy with the ball cutting to the basket, and he's following. He's following the ball like he's either going to get a rebound or he's going to get a dish. It's high school basketball, and it's college level basketball, but it's working. It's a lot of motion, man. It's absolutely working. It's fun to watch. It's not lethargic half court basketball like you're seeing. You're seeing movement and double screen stacked screens. It's fun to watch.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr now knows how to implement. I'm not saying that Finch doesn't know how to get a half court offense cooking, but if you're Anthony Edwards, you have to know that you are one of the most athletic, agile guards in the league, right? Or at least in the playoffs, right? Make them get in foul trouble. If you attack them, you take them out of their game, because not only do they have to rotate, or not just rotate over, but react to you, but also if you get them in free throw trouble or foul trouble, you get to the free throw line, right? Get to the double bonus. That's freebies, baby. Come on, man. It's fundamental basketball. It's what Minnesota is lacking to do, and that's why they lost in game 1.
And that's like when we talked about the Spurs run. What did they do? They played fundamental basketball. They moved the ball around and found the best shot. But to this now this last night to me was one of the greatest examples of playoff Jimmy. Playoff Jimmy. Steph is out, and here's Jimmy Butler with Kuminga and all of these guys. And they figure out a way to come back. I mean, he goes for 20 points. He was hellacious on the offensive boards last night, Wags, was Jimmy Butler. And that's where that trade, when you talk about that trade and how Golden State has put themselves in a position right now to contend for the NBA championship, that trade was so big. Jimmy Butler was great last night. All of this last night, Wags, without Curry. That's scary.
Yeah,
I don't
Curry
think
left
they can
with
do that night after night, but that's
Curry
scary.
coming up lame with a strained hamstring. We'll get more or we'll get the prognostication on it more, or a deeper prognostication on it later. Trying to think, there was something that I saw last night. I forgot to write it down. Damn it. Draymond Green last night.
Yeah.
He's not known. I mean, he's not going to hit 10 3-pointers that he's taken, right? But he's out there and he's stretching the defense out for Minnesota. He's causing their bigs to come out on the perimeter, and that's what you were seeing, right? As they were spreading the floor, they weren't exactly settling for the shots that were on the perimeter that they were getting. They were spreading the floor and cutting to the basket and getting easy lanes in not so much transition. They almost seemed like they were making it look like transition because of how wide open the damn basket or how wide open the floor was. And they were getting easy looks. They were taking their guys off the dribble, getting one-on-one. And then when they would get to the cup, they would finish. There was a few times where I thought, towards the latter portion of the game, they were just trying to play like it looked like Globetrotter basketball, to where they were just trying to run the clock out, get a decent shot, and then take the best case scenario each sequence down and kind of play for the win there. But it almost came back to bite them in the ass as that lead started to close and close and close. But ultimately, they were able to survive and get away with that dub in Minnesota.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Minnesota turned the ball over, I think, like 16 times, 15, 16 turnovers. I mean, you can't do that, Steph Curry or not. I mean, you absolutely can't do that. And Anthony Edwards, you've got to start a little quicker. You can't go 0 for 10. I mean, you got to get going. But the thing about it is, if you're Minnesota, this all hinges on the diagnosis of Steph. I mean, that obviously
does it. I mean, sure. I mean, I'm with you. Like, they absolutely need Steph, but I mean,
they didn't need him last night. Well, I don't.
They look good. I mean, dude. God, when was it? Was the second quarter? Like, I forget who was on him. I forget who was covering him. But I mean, it might have been Conley, as a matter of fact. He was just cooking just crossing up between the legs, out there by the damn logo, and then just does a pullback, and it didn't step back three, and it didn't even hit the rim. It didn't even look like it hit the twine, honestly. It just kind of just a perfection shot, just kind of fell through, man. And then, a couple minutes later, just, grabs the leg, grabs the hammy, and then exits the game. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if he's I don't have news on his availability for next game. I'm not sure if he's going to be sitting out or not. I have to check up on that. But Golden State absolutely looking like the best team since the trade, like you mentioned, Rodney, with Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a day-to-day thing right there with him. And the other thing about this is,
I would imagine that he would. I imagine that everybody's available, right?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I would think so. But of course, now Golden State has the 1 game advantage, and you go get one there. So that's kind of a little bit of that. Where, I mean, do you rest him for a game? Then you'll have the travel time. So you could rest him. Like we said, they won without him. He went out so early. But the other part about that is with Golden State. I think a big part of where they beat Houston was they beat him with defense. And that was, causing turnovers last night. And then the ineffective shooting from Minnesota. That's all because of swarming defense from Golden State. And I think
Randall, 3 rebounds.
Yeah, man.
Rudy Gobert, 7 rebounds.
Yeah.
And
I think that's where
9 points, right? And then McDaniels, 12 points. All right, Randall's close to 20, right? But again, like, and this doesn't break down. But Randall was 10 for 10 from the free throw line, so you'd like to see the aggression there.
Yep.
But again, like Rudy, are you serious?
Yeah.
2 free throws.
Mm-hmm.
2 free throws, Rudy. Like, you're the biggest son of a bitch on the floor. Like, make them foul you. Impose your. That's what I'm talking about. Impose your will. You still have 2. Yeah, it's not just 2 bigs. You have 3 bigs. 4, if you want to count Reed too. 4 bigs that can actually get in there and bang. And you don't do that. It's almost like insanity to me, right? Like, you have the recipe for a fantastic meal, for a championship meal, but you won't serve it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it, man.
Yeah, it's like that whole Jaguar in the garage thing. You got to
and maybe that's why Ant was because Ant he did attack last night, but he also he settled. Like, it
just took too long. It seemed like it's like, and again, I think this goes back to the Golden State defense where he did. I mean, that's one of those things. It's just a slow puttering start, and you can't, with a team like Golden State, you can't give them that. I mean, this is a veteran team. I mean, look at these guys. You can't give them the easy stuff. You know what I mean? I mean, you can't turn the ball over. You can't allow them to make shots from outside. I mean, because they will kill you. And
John, I don't know, but I don't know if they get swept. Minnesota's just too good of a team. They got too much size. I mean, with Steph, I might be able to throw a chip at that, but I don't know. Without Steph, that's tough.
That's really hard. That's really hard.
If you're a Golden State fan, I love the confidence, though.
Yeah, no, that's a lot to ask from Jimmy Butler and all of those people, to do that night after night. And I think I really think that Steve Kerr, depending on what this prognosis is with Steph, I mean, I don't know. I mean, like you said, all hands on deck, everybody's available. But I think at this point, maybe it is that you do just rest him on.
I mean, being up a game, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
On the road, I would think maybe you have. See, I say that, right? I say like you got some room to wiggle, but how much room do you really have to wiggle in the playoffs? You shouldn't take anything for granted, not even in the regular season, right? But especially not in the playoffs.
These series can turn.
You get a game 1 advantage. You get a chance to actually finish this thing early. Then you can rest up there. But I mean, how much more are you adding insult to injury if you continue to push this thing?
Yeah, and that's like in the case of Halliburton. I mean, I don't think that Halliburton's going to be a day-to-day thing like Steph is probably going to be. I mean, that's where with Halliburton right now, if you're Indiana, you're Rick Carlisle. Maybe you do sit that dude because there you've got a cushion. There you've got a 2-game advantage. I just don't know right here. Steph,
I had one more thing written down. I can't fucking find it though. Excuse my language. Sorry, guys. A little frustration.
No, that's all right. Hey, while you do that, speaking of being on the road, while you do that, speaking about being on the road, let's talk about you. Do you need a new car, truck, or SUV, new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV to keep you on the road? Summer's coming up. You're going to take some summer vacations, some trips, and so forth. Well, there's one place to go. It's covertbeecave.com. Great supporters of Texas Sports Unfiltered, great supporters of Central Texas, great supporters of the good old USA, the Covert family of dealerships, the Covert Auto Group, many, many years. I'm sure all of you at some point have owned a covert vehicle. My first brand new vehicle was a covert vehicle from Covert Bastrop. Take a look at our friends at Covert BK.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Buddy, nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Also, talked about it earlier, McCall Custom Homes, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Check them out for that home renovation, or if you need a new build, whatever the case is that you may be looking to do, they can take care of that. A living room renovation, a bathroom renovation like we did here at my hacienda, at my Ponderosa here at South Fork of Round Rock. They'll take care of that for you. And right now, if you're a TSU listener, of course, we talked about those free estimates. All you got to do is reach out to our man, Mike, and he will do that for you. Super easy. Text him, call or text him, 512-633-9580. Like I say, don't text him at night. He's got a baby right now, so don't be bugging him then. But be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered and get that home the way you want it. Don't sell it. Don't go buy another one. Use what you already have. Invest in your investment. That's what McCall Custom Homes can do for you, just like they've done for me and many other Central Texans for over 40 years. McCall Custom Homes, we build value into your home.
All right, here, Rodney, real quick. I'm going to mention an X factor in this series.
Yeah,
right. It's not going to wow you with points, right? But there could be a reason why Anthony Edwards is going to struggle, right? I wrote down last night in big, like all caps, Gary Payton Jr. Not going to win you on the offensive boards or on the offensive front, right? But he's going to do enough on defense to riddle the hell out of Ant-Man. All right, not allowing Ant-Man to actually find form. I think Gary Payton Jr.'s defense could be the factor to keep Minnesota off balance in this game or in this series. I don't think I'm breaking any news with it. It's just what I saw last night. I wrote it down in all caps. Gary Payton Jr. defense.
Well, and think about that also. I mean, there's the defensive aspect.
And I don't know why I couldn't remember that. Sorry, bad recall.
Right. But think about that. Then, I mean, yes, defense is going to be massive for him. But hell, then he hit a three at the end too. So it's kind of he's just right there. That's where it was like the whole Jimmy Butler and all these guys, Santos and Post and all these other dudes that were. That's scary, man. And this is where we talked about how Golden State is that way now that they've got that added piece in there. And Gary Payton Jr. is going to be massive in this series. And I mean, if I'm Minnesota again, I'm not going to panic, but don't go down 0-2.
No, down 0-1. You don't need to panic, but I mean, that's an eye opener, right? Now, if you're Cleveland, it's panic. It's feast or famine. It's time to do some soul searching, right? Again, and it can't be all on Donovan Mitchell. And I know, Strus is trying to make his shots. I know Jerome's trying to make his shots too. But you do have to have some type of representation inside the paint, right? You got to be able to get some paint points. You got to be able to be physical and throw some bodies around, throw some weight around with Indiana down low, right? And it's just not happening, man. Allen needs some help.
Yeah, Indiana's smelling blood in the water at this point. I mean, they literally last night may have been the knockout punch, just in the manner that they did it. From coming from behind and winning that ball game. It's going to be a lot for Cleveland to come back to. But yeah, Minnesota, and again, a lot of this hinges on what happens with Steph. But at the same time, if you're Minnesota and Steph's not playing, when you see what Jimmy Butler and the rest of that group did last night, at the same time, maybe you do panic a little bit. But I think Minnesota will bounce back. I think Minnesota's a better team. I think they should be, but still, we've been talking about Golden State. It's really hard to argue with this group right now.
Right. When I mean, seriously, like the stats don't lie. Like I go to that
Right.
line all the time, and they really don't. Like now I know that matchups do dictate the stats, and they can skew the stats drastically. But usually, stats will get you where you need to be. Right? Stats are the telling tale. Real quick, let's turn these comments on for myself to check you guys out. Read some of the stuff that you guys are throwing at us here. Holy shit, we got a lot. Going. There's just too many. I'm sorry. I'm going to leave these. I'm going to start leaving these comments on now,
Probably
just so I can address these. But usually, I get so distracted by them that I want to just comment on them right then and there. Just way too many comments, guys. I did myself a disservice here.
Here's a good one, Wags.
That's a good question here. Who's more clutch right now, Halliburton or Brunson? I'm gonna say Brunson is, dude. So. Both are feeling it, but Jalen Brunson just absolutely. He's been doing this all season long too. Like it's not just been in the playoffs. Like this is kind of his forte, right? These are the intangible. These are kind of the DNA. This is the DNA that is kind of wired with Brunson, right? It consists of being clutch mentality, dude. Just being that silent assassin, not even a silent assassin anymore, dude. He's loud, he's ferocious. He is absolutely thumping his chest when he's killing you. He's ripping your head off and he's licking the blood as he's doing it.
Yeah. Brunson, you're waiting for it to happen. It's kind of gotten to that point to where it's like you know that dude's going to get you at the end. And how about them dudes? How about we get an Eastern Conference Finals with those two dudes? I mean that would be
kind of what it's gearing up to be, right? That'd
like
be one hell of a matchup. I would pay for that. Some old school 90s Pacers versus Knicks. Where's John Starks and Reggie Miller at, man?
Absolutely, man. That I would love to see that in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Shit, Reggie might be calling the game, dude.
Right. And I would love that, especially because it was predetermined destiny that it was going to be Cleveland and Boston. And
we all did. Like I was a victim of it. I did it. I absolutely. I mean, how could you not? Yep. We're still doing it. We're still kind of wishing that there, right, for the market. But I mean, this would be. I agree with you. Like two superstars at the. It's seemingly like they're finding the height of their game. Two young superstars finding the height of their game. That would be fantastic. And one's got a great market. New York's got a great market. And Indiana might be unsung, but it's still great basketball, man. It's the land of basketball.
I think the New York market in and of itself would be something to where, I mean, obviously, the NBA has what they would want right there, but I think the New York market would be great. I mean, when it comes to ratings and all the shit they're looking at.
I'm not writing Boston off just yet.
No, it's far too early for that. And I'm with Jake right here.
Cleveland, we got a different story.
Cleveland, I'm kind of sending them on down the road at this point. I think that one's, like I said, I think that they'll get a game. But right here, I mean, like Jake says, Pacers Nuggets, shit, give me that for the finals. I don't give a shit about markets. I don't care about whatever. I just want to see good beat up.
This isn't just a line from Starship Troopers. This isn't just a line from Starship Troopers, right? I scored a 93% overall at the University of Texas in Principles of Logic, right? So if one team can go 2-0 on the road, then another team can go 0-2 on the road. Simple Principles of Logic can tell you that it's not over yet.
No doubt. And here's the other part of this. Here's the other part of that. In these semifinals, home teams are not winning. So the odds would seem to agree to your theory.
Trends,
yeah. The trends would agree with your theory that when those home teams now go on the road, they're going to reverse this. So ideally, both of these series are 2-2.
I don't know the chaos that you're picking up here, but I love it. I'm sitting, in the front row of your class there, Mr. Professor. So.
Let me tell you something, brother. I am not good at arithmetic, but if we can get 2-2 in both of these, that's great. But man, I love that Pacers Nuggets. Give me that, and please go 7. Go 7.
Yeah,
that is.
They pick it up. They pick it back up tomorrow night, though. We'll see Game 2 tomorrow night in. Excuse me. I think I'm correct. Yeah, Game 2 tomorrow night in Minnesota. That's also with Golden State and Minnesota, and then game 2 for Cleveland and Indiana.
Yeah, I keep glancing up. I've got ESPN on specifically to see if we get anything on Steph, and I haven't seen anything. So I don't know.
Let's go to your boy real quick. Or no, I say your boy, your new boy. your new boy that's going to be joining the locker room with the Cowboys. If
George Cotton Pickens.
You're driving the ship. I'm dealing with the radio here. Go ahead.
No, man, George Cotton Pickens. How about that? Now that's all in. That's all in for the Cowboys, because that was the
I guess you can say that. I can't. I don't know if I can say that.
Well, it just seems like they're going out and getting a name. I will tell you, I am a little concerned. I mean, CeeDee Lamb, is very much a team guy. CeeDee Lamb is very much on the level to where I think that
hold on.
He has been.
Is CeeDee Lamb a team guy?
CeeDee Lamb, I guess the closest thing that he has had to what we would call a wingman was Amari Cooper. But I think it was
that was for 1 year, right?
Yeah, for 1 year. But I think that was pretty much an understanding where CD was a young dude and Cooper was the old dude. That was pretty. I just hope these personalities don't clash.
I got a funny feeling that they're gonna clash, right? It seems like George Pickens is the reason why he's leaving Pittsburgh, or I don't know all the writing on the wall, right? And I don't know, I'm not a fly on the wall. I don't know everything that's going down in that locker room, but from what I have been able to deduce or pick up from some of, some Pittsburgh insiders, is that George Pickens is a child. All right. He's got a little kid personality. He's a baby. He's a diva, honestly. He wants to be top paid, wasn't top paid, especially after they brought DK in and then they gave him that extension, the 3-year extension. You know damn well that George Pickens wasn't getting the number that he wanted. Okay, yeah. So he's seeking a trade. He goes to the Cowboys now, where you're not going to be number one. You're going behind the best wide receiver, or at least the best slot wide receiver in the NFL. There's no damn way. Now, sure, you're going to be one hell of a counterpart to this dude. Being able to stretch the sidelines now, and the Cowboys do have a decent pass attack, and we'll see what Jaden Blue can do here. Talking to Nick Harris, there's a chance that Jaden Blue can actually be, the starting running back coming out of training camp here. So we'll see if that helps boost their passing attack. They shored up a little bit of their offensive line. We'll see if that comes to a line out of OTAs and out of training camp too. So, I mean, if I'm not trying to gaslight Cowboys fans here, but it seems like you do have some trends moving well for you, moving positively, right?
Yeah.
You bring in, now a decent on the field, a decent wide receiver, but he's got some attitude adjustment problems, right? Tomlin even said so himself. That was basically the reason why Pittsburgh was not happy with George Pickens. And ultimately, if you're not a team guy in Pittsburgh, you usually go, right? Yeah. You're usually, exiting stage right. So that gives me a little bit of caution if you're Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones. So what type of personality you brought into the locker room here?
And in Dallas, if you're a me guy, you fit in. Because
100%. That's your place to land.
So many of those,
right?
Yeah, and when you look at this trade now that it's officially done, I mean, I think the Cowboys obviously for what they gave. I mean, I think obviously a win, but with CD and Pickens, I mean that's 7,143 yards as a tandem since 2022, and that's second only to the guys from the Dolphins, Tyreek Hill and that bunch. So it's a good. I mean, but those numbers are irrelevant at this point. You're just taking numbers from different teams. This is where I think where you talk about Jaden Blue. This is where if you get Jake Ferguson and or Luke Schoonmaker to really take a hold of that tight end position, I think that's going to be really big.
I think Fergie's fantastic.
Yeah. Now with that threat over on the other side, I think this is really where that tight end position can become really valuable again to the Cowboys. And
remember what it was like with Cooper, Lamb, and Schultz?
Absolutely. And that's where
and you still had Pollard that was able to make a splash out of the backfield too, right? Dallas had a very and Moore. I think Moore was the OC, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure Moore was the OC at that time.
And I think that, you know, this Tyler offensive line is going in the right direction. You lost a lot of pieces, but I think you've supplemented. I think your first round draft pick that you get at 12, I think that dude's going to be a leader, maybe an anchor that's going to solidify this offensive line. So I think that it's a good move. But here is where I when we talk about George Pickens and maybe some of the diva and the attitude stuff, is Dak Prescott really hasn't had to deal with a diva, because CD's not one, or he hasn't been to this point. Amari Cooper, they weren't that. I mean, remember when you know, Dez and Romo and all of that, where Romo was kind of, I think a lot of that affected Romo's effectiveness, if you know what I mean. So this is going to be an adjustment for Dak, because it's been Dak's show. Dak's going to get some pushback. George Pickens is going to be like, hey, I'm over here. Give me the ball. So curious to see how Dak handles this. Curious.
I honestly think with the, like, it has the chemistry to actually blow up in the locker room, right? It absolutely does.
That's what worries me.
It does have some air for concern here, right? But here's the thing, like this could be a dynamic passing attack. It really could. I'm thinking of a younger Amari Cooper, and I thought Amari Cooper was great for Dallas just because he didn't fucking say a word. Mm-hmm. Like, he just, whatever he had to say, he did it on the field, right? Yep. Like, I don't even think I know what Amari Cooper's voice sounds like, honestly. Mm-hmm. I honestly couldn't pull it out of a crowd. But no, now you add the threat, the sideline threat of George Pickens, right? Another deep ball threat. It's not just CeeDee Lamb being able to catch, you know, a 15-yard route and scoot to pay dirt here. Now you actually have a wide receiver, a sizable wide receiver that can get vertical. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That is a really good thing to have for Dak Prescott, right? I'm not breaking news here, right? But then also it just adds layers. It adds layers to this passing attack, right? We talked about the mid-range tack. We talked about the long-range tack now with George Pickens, right? You just brought up Ferguson. Like, you bring Ferguson back and you get him into the 5, hook the curl routes. And now it just seems like this offense just continues to eat chunks of yards, right? And like, how do you plan? You can still plan for it, but they can keep you off balanced with just the levels of areas where they can attack. That's what I love. At first, I was just like, I don't know how it's going to work, just because of the personalities. But if you can keep everybody happy, right? And I'm sure there's enough oil fields that Jerry can pluck to find some more money for George Pickens when his time comes. And that's just it too, right? You got all these guys paid. You got your big guys paid, your marquee guys paid. Maybe you move some money around to make George Pickens happy when the time comes.
And that's at the end of this year. So that's kind of the other part to it, where when I saw the deal go down, obviously as a Cowboy fan, you want this guy in there. You want that second threat or first threat, whatever he's going to be. But this is the last year.
I don't think it's a rental, man. I think I think he's going to push for something to get done before the season ends, right? Yeah. Or I would think that's what his camp would want to do.
Yeah, and this is another David Mulligetta guy. So that dude's looking back. He's gonna have to take care of the guy on defense. Now he may have to take care of the guy on offense. So I think that's the scary part to me, where it's like, if this dude, it's a contract year, he's gonna come out, he's gonna show out. He's gonna show out. I think that there's the risk versus reward, to where when it comes to the risk part, you have to make sure that you can keep the locker room content. And I think a lot of that is going to be more on Dak Prescott, because he's going to kind of be the handler for both of these guys. And I say both of these guys to where I'm kind of throwing CD into that, with CD not really being that kind of guy, but we haven't seen CD with another personality like George Pickens, and that's where we see what happens. And Micah Parsons over on the defensive side. But yeah, this offense can really do, and I think it's for Jaden Blue. It is very much, Wags, for him for the taking right now, to just go and take that job, as the number one running back. And I think where I like the running back room now, Wags, I'm sorry, is that now with Jadon, they were calling him Jadon Blue when I was in Dallas last week. I'm like, come on, man. Now where you got Jaden Blue, these guys, the guy you get from Denver, these other dudes that are stacked in there, now you can have a formidable running attack if Jaden Blue can be your workhorse.
So the one thing that I go, like, I'm looking at the productivity of Pickens here over the past 3 years, and there's some things that kind of concern me. Like, I feel like he might give up on balls, or he doesn't run, hard routes here. So there's at least 30 to maybe at the most 40 snaps to where he was targeted and didn't come down with the ball. Right? So he was targeted 84 times in his 2020. Now again, this could also be the level of quarterback play at Pittsburgh, right? Remember that it's kind of been purgatory for a few seasons now, right? You've had to endure the Kenny Pickett moments. You've had to, deal with a very watered down Russ Wilson. Go with the Justin Fields experiment here. So again, if you're George Pickens, you can consider some of the frustration here from the quarterback play. But 84 targets in 2022, only 52 receptions. Okay, so catch radius that could be coming into question. Again, 100. This is a little alarming for me. 106 targets, only 63 receptions.
Yeah,
that's tough. 103 targets, 59 receptions. That's shitty. Okay, so if you're George Pickens, don't give up on balls, right? Or try and have a better catch radius. Now again, going from these stats, that's not exactly all you deduce from that, but that's just it's a telling thing for me. Right? It's something that's kind of maybe moving my eyebrow just a little bit, my dude.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, a lot of that is quarterback play. Depending.
It does go hand in hand. It does go hand in hand, but you got to give a shit, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think if you're, I really think that this is, for the Steelers, you bring in Metcalf, still don't know what you're going to do at the quarterback position. I'm assuming they're going to get who, but that's where I think the Steelers, because remember when the trade came about for DK Metcalf, that was one of the first things we talked about. The same thing that we're asking right now, are we about to have a locker room situation with these two dudes? And Pittsburgh has kind of fixed that for them, I guess. But I would love to know, and I think this is probably a Nick Harris thing that he'd be able to tell us. I'd love to know how this trade happened, because what the Dallas Cowboys do, what the Jones family do, this had to have been more of a Will McClay driven vehicle right here, because what Dallas really does, we've seen it in the draft where it's like, we really like this guy. This is the guy we want. Or they lit the cat out of the bag a little too early. And you texted me this morning. I went to Twitter and I'm like, damn, I didn't see that when I went to bed last night. So this had been something.
Yeah, but you also go to bed at like 8 o'clock.
No,
we got to get better.
I stayed up late last night, dude. I stayed up late last night.
All right.
But
when playoff season's here, you got to stay up till midnight.
I stayed up late last night. I
texted you at like 1:30 in the morning the other night, and then I was just like, shit, man, I forgot that he goes to bed at 7.
No, come on, man. I don't go to bed that early. Man. It's
and
8.
By the way, apologies for texting you at 1:30 in the morning, but that's when I do my work, man. So.
I never heard it, dude. I've got this thing on my phone called Sleep. So when I go to bed, shit, I don't hear anything. Dire emergency. No, I do stay up late. I wake up in the middle of the night and come check stuff when I do.
We're getting to the turn of the hour here. We're about to have the boys come on, so I got to get it out. We got to talk about it. I don't want to. I tried to delay as much as possible.
Tom McKay's been on the text line asking when you're going to bring that.
Yeah,
up.
I've been trying to fucking not talk about it, man. But had some hockey last night that we got to talk about. Vegas goes down. Edmonton able to surprise Vegas last night, but that's not what Tom wants to hear me talk about, I don't think. Bunch of jerks beat the Capitals last night, beat them at their own game. They were physical. They out-hit them by at least 10 hits. I don't have the actual box score up here. 44 to 31 was the hit count here. There was no offense from the Caps whatsoever. There was a shift out there where Ovi was fantastic, looked like a god, looked like he was back in his 30s. But then after that, there was basically nothing. Nothing was able to muster from the Caps offense. Logan Thompson and the crossbars last night were fantastic, and they held up as long as they could. But then Stankoven got the better of them, and Slavin was able to put another one in. And the Caps lost 2-1. But here's the thing: they weren't able to get on the power play. They only got two. They went on special teams 2 times last night, and didn't get nothing out of that. They allowed the Canes. Surprise, surprise! The Canes went on the power play, but they didn't score. But still, you can't allow them to have the extra man, right? If they continue to have the man advantage, it was only a matter of time until Thompson, succumbed to all the shots. Hell, I think it was 2-1 on shot. 33-14 was the shot count, and 14 shots throughout the entire damn game. Right? You went on special teams twice, and you were still only able to muster 14 shots. And then also, I love Tom Wilson. I fucking love you, man. You're the captain of the squad, but you can't flop. You can't go out there and lay down on the ice here. You got to generate some offense. You got to do it without trying to take hits or try to take flops and get on special teams that way. You got to impose your will. You're the biggest dude out there. Be a bruiser. Set the tone. So go out there and set the damn tone, man. It didn't happen last night. A bunch of jerks were able to steal it from the Capitals in Washington. And Washington was up for the most part of this game until the third period. That's when Carolina actually came back, and it wasn't really. Carolina was beating the Caps all game long, absolutely all game long, man. You go to the team stats there, and that'll tell you, right? The tail of the tape there. It's just, Anderson let one get by him early, and they were able to take advantage of that. And Protas was able to squeeze one by, and then they just weren't able to get anything done. No offense whatsoever. Absolutely, just a stinker.
Yeah, Caps are like Minnesota. That's all right. It's one game. One game.
Yeah, and that's it. I mean, the Caps not Caps, Canes being able to make some trades, at the deadline there to get some people over, and help them. And they, sure enough, they came through last night. So
that's really the thing. I mean, when you make those late season trades right there, it makes a difference in the sprint, which is the playoffs. And that one game, my brother. I saw that last night. I saw the end of that.
One game, Rodney, but it's going to be tough. If that's your offense, I don't see much coming down for the Caps. Need some help, man.
Yeah, they absolutely do.
Leonard was he had the only shot. No, Protas had another shot too, but I think there was only 3 shots in the third period, which was just awful. But yeah, they went into the third period with 11 shots, and they finished with 14.
Yeah, not good, unproductive,
and they had a fucking overtime period. So
yeah. Well,
and then I get hockey has passionate fans.
So does Edmonton have to freaking fall behind? I mean,
right? To get them to wake up. No, I mean, or they just got to play a killer squad. That's usually how it happens. But no, they got 2 of the best forwards in the league, man. And I think Draisaitl was the best forward in my opinion. I know Cooch had a killer season, over 100 points again. But I think Leon Draisaitl is the best 2-way forward in the league right now.
Yeah, they've fallen behind in every playoff game, haven't they? Or maybe not one. I mean, it's
I don't have that stat.
I think that they have fallen behind in every playoff game and still managed to win.
I think Picard was in the net last night instead of Skinner. Let me go back to this game real quick. NHL, excuse me, while I stall here, boys.
Hey, while you do that, I'll talk about Tom McKay. Audio-visual consultations, 255-8678. If you want that ultimate home theater system, man, sights and sounds when it comes to sports, when it comes to playoffs, when it comes to all of this. NASCAR, my Tom McKay system is going crazy Sundays for NASCAR Xfinity Series. Indy 500 coming up this month, and boy, we're going to rip it up in here with that Tom McKay system. avconsultations.com. Since 1988, they will get you the home theater setup or the home system that you're looking for. You want what Wags has, you want what I have, you want what BK has, Bucky's got it. Chip has it. We all have it. Tom and the great folks who set us up, they're going to come out, professionally install, best in the business. avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678. Get a hold of them today. Tom will come out and tell you, here's what we need to do. And if he tells you that, go with it because it's going to work. avconsultations.com. Check them out today.
That's right. I saw the guys in the back and they just leave.
Yeah,
What
where'd he
happened?
go?
I don't know. They just leave.
Might have had to go.
All right,
take a
so let's
shit or
find something else to talk about real quick. What else we got to get?
What else? Hey, Texas baseball back.
Hey, there we go. We
There we
beat
go.
Lamar.
There we go. Back in the saddle again.
Back on the winning streak, or back on the winning column there.
Yeah, it's just one of those things to where you get that series out of the way. And again, it sucks that you lose to Arkansas, but we were talking yesterday about SEC baseball standings. I mean, it ain't like Arkansas, some run-of-the-mill shitty team. They're pretty good. They are pretty good. So, yeah,
We're
man.
gonna start calling our show. It's only an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, how about that? We'll call that what would that be? 75 minutes with Wags and Double R. 75 minutes. Hey, I saw a stat. I heard BK talking earlier about Texas generating $331 million in revenue with the football program. So just think about that. $331 million generated by the Texas football program. The entire Big Ten generated $928 million. Texas generated a third of that by themselves. That's
There you go. Everybody leaning on Texas to carry the weight.
There's that brand.
That's awesome. That's fantastic.
No, it is.
Regardless, was it done for charity?
No, I think I think a lot of that was like the Texas One Fund,
Okay.
The revenue that came in. So, man, they generate a lot of money. Isn't that crazy?
I thought that's what you led. I thought I misheard you. I thought you led with charity first. So
No.
Man, that's great. That's awesome.
No, that's revenue. that's the bottom line. That's what Stone Cold talks about. The bottom line right there. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money.
Good amount of money. Yeah, that's a lot of tacos, man. Wednesday night in action. Your Stars are back in action tonight here. Can the Stars continue to keep this thing up? Start of the series, though. Here it comes, man. Jets, you're gonna get the best of the best in the playoffs, right? And here comes one of them, right? If you can manage to kind of keep Connor, at bay here, I think you guys got to. I think the Stars have a chance here, and also like the Stars should be, no pun intended, getting their Stars back shortly here. So
they're not going to win a game one.
Time will tell. We got tonight though. I see the guys on the background. Rodney, I'm sorry, I got to pull these guys on here because I got to get out of here.
Yeah, get them in. I do want to mention with Turbo and Blake coming in, Texas.
I got to go.
Yep, Texas men's tennis onto the Sweet 16. The number 6 women's golf team heading to the NCAA championships there with women's golf. So way to go, Texas. Hello, gentlemen. How are we doing this morning?
We are doing great, Rodney. We're doing a little bit different show today with some Oklahoma flair to it.
Yep.
So,
yep.
That's all right. We won't hold it against you guys. Totally good.
Yeah.
Good stuff. All right, guys. Y'all have a great show. Chaos Theory back tomorrow from 9 to 10. We look forward to it. It's Turbo. It's Blake. On we go.
It is the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Will Turboff, and that is not Jordan Scruggs. Jordan is out in Temple today, taking a look at Jamarian Carlton, and got a special guest, Blake of Sooners Illustrated, as part of the 24/7 Sports network. You've done a lot of great work over the last couple of years. Just made the move to Sooners Illustrated earlier this year, and we are beginning of May here. A lot has gone on in the offseason. It seemed like now was a great time to kind of recap that. So first of all, Blake, just introduce yourself to a crowd full of Texas fans right here.
Yeah, so I'm Blake. If you're wondering how to pronounce my last name, it's Antkowiak. Yeah, very weird. So if you butcher it, I won't get too upset. But yeah, so I started off. I'm a sophomore in college right now. I started off at the University of Houston. Covered Houston for Cougar Digest, which is now Cougs 24/7. Was on that network for about a year and a half, and now transferred up to OU, and now I'm covering the rivals up north. So. It's been good so far, man. It's, getting my feet wet and campus is nice. Definitely different than Norman's a little different than Houston, but it's been good so far.
Yeah, I bet. All right, man. Let's just go ahead and get straight into it. The end of the 24 season. I think there were a lot of people, and I'm going to go at this, kind of from the Texas fan perspective, because late in the season is when you started hearing Texas fans say, "Oh, the clock has started ticking for Venables, and it's time to make a move at quarterback. It's time to make a lot of moves at receiver. It's time for a complete overhaul. This offseason, and it seems like that's what happened. A good amount. I want to talk about John Mateer a little bit because me and Jordan talk about him on the show a whole lot. I'm a big fan. Jordan likes him too, but I'm really do think that he could be top 5, top 3, SEC quarterback at his peak. Kind of what have you seen so far, and what are your expectations for a guy like John Mateer in 2024? 2025?
Well, when you think John Mateer, it might be a lazy comparison because they're both Washington State quarterbacks, but think Gardner Minshew. This is a guy who can really take over a game on the ground as well. He really poses a lot of problems for defenses because he gives you a lot to worry about. He really at Washington State didn't play in a ton of big games. I think that's kind of the big question mark with OU is like you have guys who are proven at certain levels, but not the SEC level. That's kind of where John Mateer falls at right now. But in his big-ish games, Texas Tech on the road, Apple Cup against Washington, he really took games over. I think he's a guy who can push the ball down the field a lot more. He's kind of the antithesis of what OU got with Jackson Arnold, where Jackson Arnold was absolutely he's gonna do fantastic at Auburn. He's gonna have a much better situation as far as receivers go, but a lot of times you saw sort of a fear factor pushing the ball down the field, kind of similar to the switch from Quinn Ewers to Arch Manning, where it's like the offense just gets more dynamic because you add that deep play threat. And then obviously, like I've mentioned before, the second you think you've got, a play bottled up, he kills you on the ground. So, he poses he's kind of a matchup nightmare for defenses. And really, he's kind of the quarterback you want when you're playing behind an inexperienced offensive line. So I feel like that plays to Oklahoma's advantage a little bit on offense. And, like you said, I think as far as expectations go, I think, it should be put no lower than top 5 at his peak SEC quarterback. I think that's what OU has to have out of him this season. And I would like to say publicly, if he finds himself in the Heisman race, Heisman material, that is my phrase. I'm coining that right now. That's his Heisman campaign.
I've seen the Material Girl. I've seen that a couple times. That's not you though, is it?
No, that's not me. But
so like I said, me and Jordan have talked a good amount about John Mateer because that is the one that I think both of us think is going to work out. I think there's a pretty high floor for Mateer. The one that we're kind of split on is Jaden Ott. I think Jaden Ott is a great back. I think he was extremely productive at Cal, but I don't think he necessarily has a combination of size and speed that puts him, in a conversation like we were talking about with Mateer at top 5 at his position, top 3 at his position in the SEC. Kind of sell Texas fans on Jaden Ott and why, Oklahoma had some issues in the running game and, haven't had, an elite player there in a few years now. Why can Jaden Ott be that guy?
Well, I think, again, you kind of think about from a defensive perspective, how do you contain an offense? And I think Jaden Ott gives you more to worry about as far as big plays go. That's kind of the theme with every major portal edition is big play threat. And I think as far as Jaden Ott goes, he adds 2 layers. Obviously last season, if you look at his stats, it won't jump off the board, dealing with an injury all season. Year before that, 1,300-yard rusher, chipped in the passing game as well. And I'm sure, if you're a college football fan, you were watching that Miami versus Cal game because it was happening at midnight, only game on at the time. He really took that game over in the passing game, or I should say receiving game. And I think that's kind of where he'll make his money for Oklahoma. Arbuckle's a guy who, last year he really didn't have, anything notable as far as pass catching backs, but his back was Wayshawn Parker, not really a pass catcher. Previously at Western Kentucky, whenever he was calling plays there. That was kind of how they made their money, was throwing to the back. So now you get Jaden Ott, who's 6 feet tall. I personally, at the SEC level, I don't think he's a guy you can give the ball to as far as on the ground over 20 times a game. Being a 6 foot back, ball security issues that kind of comes with the territory. But as far as the passing game, I think the combination of Mateer's scramble ability and Jaden Ott's big play ability out of the backfield and in the passing game, it just gives defenses a ton to worry about. And it gives you a lot of threats where it can almost kind of mask a maybe lackluster receiving core, though I think, the ceiling is high for that group. So as far as Jaden Ott specifically, I think you got to look at the pass catching ability, the size for that pass catching ability at 6 feet tall. And, its top end speed is definitely lacking, but I think bursts out of the backfield is where he really stands out. I was watching the Cal versus UNT game, and I believe 2023, and he had, 2 or 3 runs go for 20 plus yards. I think a pair go for over 40. If he can get into the second level, he's normally pretty solid.
Yeah, that's I'm a little bit sold now. So I'll say this: Texas and Oklahoma went 2 very different routes in the portal. Texas did not have to replace any skill positions. They did get Emmett Mosley out of Stanford, a receiver, but that was about it. On the offensive side, other than Jack Hendries, also from Cal, at tight end. I'm looking through this portal class right now, 21 guys, and the receivers are, the ones who I'm sure have gotten the most talk, apart from Mateer, because it is a big position to need. We saw that, and then we saw, Nick Anderson leave, and some guys that Oklahoma had brought in as, blue chip prospects like, Pedway and, I think I saw Brennan Thompson on that outgoing portal list, and that's an X horn too. But the receiver class has been talked about a lot nationally too, because it's not made up of guys who, I'll say again from the Texas fan perspective, guy from almost FCS, group of 5 schools. But Jermichael Carter ended up being, one of the top receivers in the portal. One of the, at least in the spring portal. Josiah Martin, another guy that was great at Cal. I'm not too sure about a guy like Keontez Lewis. I couldn't tell you about him. I do know who Isaiah Sategna is. Giovanni Gibson. This is a mix of guys, I would say other than Sategna, that no one really knows about. The real sickos know about Josiah Martin because he, got a little bit of time at Cal. But this receiver class, when you lose, when you lost, Nick Anderson and by far and away the best receiver, in Norman, in my eyes, how is this receiver room, why is this going to work? And why is it specifically going to work for, what John Mateer is going to do there?
Yeah, well, I think, as far as what you lose, I will say I think it's a little overplayed, not just because, the talent they lost isn't great or anything. It absolutely is. Like you said, Nick Anderson, NFL wide receiver, no doubt about it. But, Andrel Anthony, Julio Farouk, Nick Anderson, they probably played a combined, 3 full games last season. They were injured majority of the season. So you're already working with, walk-ons having to start, no exaggeration, at LSU had a walk-on wide receiver starting. So, obviously you want to hold on to those guys, especially Nick Anderson. But whenever you've already kind of experienced what it's like without them, I feel like the floor is definitely higher this season, assuming you don't have injury luck from hell like you did last season. As far as, the specific names, my favorite addition is the most recent one, Jermichael Carter. I think that guy's a freak. Every time I've talked to people about, the especially receivers, the portal class, and they say, well, I've not heard of any of these people. I honestly, to be completely honest, I wish I could say that I had heard of them before they got on OU's radar. I hadn't. I don't watch a ton of FCS football unless it's stuff like this. But I would encourage you, cut the tape on all of them. And, I guess scout for traits, not the helmet or the logo on the helmet. As far as, why it'll work, I think you've gotten a different mix. You have a mixed bag of experience levels, talent levels, where you get Isaiah Stenga coming over from Arkansas, bringing more SEC experience than just about anybody in the locker room. So you've got a little bit of proven production there. And then you've kind of got, with guys like Josiah Martin, you're kind of taking more of this is a really weird comparison, but it's almost like the Big 12 adding UCF. It's like swinging for the fences, low floor, high ceiling. And then obviously you got your sort of first down threats, red zone threats like Jermichael Carter, Giovanni Gibson. You had a lot of size in that room. Jermichael Carter's, I want to say 6'4", maybe 6'3". Giovanni Gibson, 6'3". So you have a lot of measurables that jump off the page and sort of give you that high ceiling again. Candidly, for this room, I think it's there is a little bit of cause for concern as far as depth goes, because you just experienced the worst injury luck possibly ever in a receiver room. The sort of logical thought is, well, what if that happens again? And I think you're in a really similar spot if it does, where after you get through your 3 deep, as far as like guys who can start right now at an SEC level, I don't know how much depth there is there. That being said, guys like Josiah Martin come in with 3 years of eligibility left, so you're setting yourself up for the future a little bit more there. But I think it's a top heavy group, not a super exciting amount of depth to it, but as far if you can avoid, like I've said this a few times, if you can avoid that injury luck, I think you're going to be just fine.
Yeah, and fortunately that's been a big part of what they've been able to do the last couple of years, just keeping guys healthy and on the roster. I'll go at this from the Texas perspective. There were a couple positions in need heading into the spring portal, and the same ones in the winter portal. An additional receiver, because heading into this offseason, Texas had 2 receivers on the roster who would ever record a reception, and then that's why adding Emmett Mosley, who played pretty well as a true freshman at Stanford, was important. So wide receiver was taken care of. Tight end was taken care of in Jack Endries. And, I'm sure you've heard about the defensive line haul that Texas had in the spring portal, paying a lot and adding a lot of experience from the Big Ten and from the ACC. But I still think there's some worry in a few different positions. I think tight end is one, just because of how well Texas tight ends have played over the last 2-3 years here, between Gunnar Helm and JT Sanders. And then defensive line, because we know it's the standard is high. Is there kind of a situation like that for Oklahoma, despite, portal additions, despite kind of encouragement on who they had this year? Is there a position or maybe 2 positions where, there's a lot of kind of worry? There's thought that, maybe it could take another step down?
Yeah, well, Josh Pate recently said, by the way, I love Josh Pate, awesome content creator, awesome show. He said it's kind of hard to pinpoint any weakness at Oklahoma. I'm going to very vehemently disagree with that. I think it's tight end. I think that's kind of the easy answer is, I try to avoid being, like a sunshine pumper, because you get just manhandled in OU media the second anything goes wrong when you do that. But I really have a lot of optimism about pretty much every other group. Tight end is hard to find a silver lining for me. The group is sort of headlined by, I guess now, maybe not headlined as far as who's going to play the most, but Jaron Kanek moves from defense to offense. He's playing tight end now. And, I think, he's a fan favorite. If you follow him on Twitter, probably the funniest Twitter account for any college athlete. So he's a fan favorite. I think a lot of people want him to start, but, I guess my question for OU fans who are wanting that is like, okay, yeah, great guy, see him at Pickleman's all the time, really funny guy. Do we really want an SEC tight end room to be headlined by a guy who's playing defense last year? Maybe we do. Maybe he just surprises everybody this fall and it is the exact answer that OU needed. Outside of him, there's Will Huggins coming over from Pitt State, previously at Kansas. I believe he was at Kansas for 3 or 4 years. And, again, he's kind of a combine beast. Every measurable is exactly what you want. But Kansas wanted to play him so bad for 4 years. He really never found consistent playing time. do you want to rely on that in your SEC tight end room? Maybe you do. Maybe all the ceiling that's been talked about with Will Huggins finally gets unlocked, and he turns into the player everybody thought he could be. To me, it's just, again, it's kind of one of those really, really low floor scenarios where I struggle to find optimism for it, to be completely honest. Outside of that, I think the other easy answer, I don't say cause for concern, but just a little bit less stability in the room is offensive line, because you're replacing pretty much all of it. That being said, I mean, you add this name will be familiar to a lot of people on here, but Michael Fazuzzi, best, I would say, just blanket offensive lineman, true freshman in the country.
Yeah.
He comes over, he's turned a lot of heads immediately, which, I mean, everybody knew he would. That's a guy that is pretty much bust proof coming over. Outside of that, I think defense actually probably gets better overall. And obviously you lose Danny Stutzman, lose Billy Bowman. But I mean, those are losses you've been preparing for literally 2 years now. So I think offensively, and really just in general, tight ends, it's really hard to find optimism about that room right now. And offensive line, there's a lot of question marks, but I think those have more of a chance to be answered positively than, tight end can.
Yeah. I think that leads us, great into expectations. And I'm going to go through game by game with you because Jordan and I have talked about, what we think it's going to take for that staff to still be there and what it would take to, really consider the 25 season being a step up. But first, I want to mention, the draft was a little bit less than 2 weeks ago, and usually it's right around the same number of Texas and Oklahoma players drafted, or there were years and years where Oklahoma kind of dominated the draft. That wasn't the case this year. It wasn't close. I think it actually ended up being double digits, 12-3 maybe. Only 3 guys drafted. And I know last season wasn't great. And it's not like you were, a top 5, top 6 team in the SEC. And yes, it is harder to get guys drafted when you're not as good. But Oklahoma brings in a lot of 4- and 5-star talent. And that 4- and 5-star talent hopes to be in the draft within 3 or 4 years. What is kind of the expectation, from now on? Maybe specifically in this 26 draft class, but just kind of moving forward so that you're not having 3 guys drafted, after first year in the SEC.
Yeah, I think the name you need to know in that is Jim Nagy. Oklahoma's new GM comes over from, I forget his exact role at the Senior Bowl, but he was essentially scouting for the Senior Bowl. He comes over to take Oklahoma's GM role. And I feel like Oklahoma has never really had a problem evaluating talent. The issue has been valuations in this new era of NIL and the portal and all that. You need to be able to retain your talent, and you need to be able to set the right price tag on players. And I think that's what Nagy's going to help with. So going forward, I think, like you said, 3 draft picks for Oklahoma is just not acceptable. That's not something that, like, the fan base will that's how the OU fan base works. That's not going to fly. So going forward, I think getting back to that standard is very achievable. Now that you have that, it's kind of the first move for Oklahoma towards, adjusting to the times. I feel like Brent Venables is a very old school coach. He is kind of the antithesis of this current wild west era of NIL and everything else that we've been experiencing for the past year. So I think, I've said this before. I think Jim Nagy was the biggest hire for OU probably since Bob Stoops. He's already kind of made an impact in, 2-3 months being on the job, if that. I think 2 months being on the job. It's already made a pretty big impact as far as the portal goes with Jaden Knott coming over. He was a guy who was actually really funny. I found on his Twitter right after Jaden Knott committed, this breakdown from about a year ago. Jaden Knott's my favorite running back in the country, blah, blah, blah. Well, a month after Nagy's in Norman, so is Jaden Knott. So, as far as the draft goes, I think you'll see a lot more, maybe not even those 4- and 5-star guys, but sort of the lower rated guys who are coming into Oklahoma a little bit under the radar. I think you'll see that sort of gain a little bit more draft type, and we'll see. As far as this year's team goes, I think John Mateer is obviously, day 1 or 2 pick if he, reaches the ceiling. I think Jaden Ott could also get drafted. On defense, there's guys all over the place. I think David Stone is a guy you could look out for next season, not next draft, but the one after, if you get what I mean. There's names all over. So I think 3 is probably the lowest you'll see it at. I think that was the lowest since like 2002, I want to say, for Oklahoma. So, I think they'll get that turned around before too long. If not, the fan base will drag them out of town. So,
yeah. We've just got the draft expectations here at Oklahoma. Got Blake Hankoviak on. We're talking about just the general expectations now. What is the floor? What is the ceiling? And what is the expectation? What is the floor for the Brent Venables staff, to stay in Norman after this season?
Unfortunately, I think that would be 8-4. To me, you've got to take into account this ridiculous schedule Oklahoma's about to play. You get Michigan in non-conference, and then you go on the road to Tennessee, who is a little bit weaker than last year. Lose a ton on defense. Obviously, the whole Nico situation, but it's still, you're going on the road at Rocky Top. That's going to be a tough game. On the road at Alabama, I think Alabama is one of the few top-end SEC teams that gets a lot better next year. And then you get, even your I guess, the less difficult games like Auburn. You get a quarterback coming back hell-bent on revenge. So that's a trap game, absolutely. I wouldn't even say a trap game. That's just even. That's 2 teams that are in similar spots. And then on the road at South Carolina, a brutal game. You got Lenore Sellers probably going to be somewhere around the bubble of New York next season. And then obviously you wrap it up with LSU. I really think the only game in conference play that you can be really confident about as an OU fan is Missouri. I think Missouri gets a lot worse next year. It's in Norman. That's the one where it's like, yeah, I'd be really surprised if Oklahoma lost. So to keep Venables in Norman, I think you've got to find 8 wins somehow. I wouldn't make the decision to move on if I were in that position, if the record were 7-5, but it's probably for a good reason that I'm not in that position. So,
yeah. Let's go through game by game here, and don't tell me what it's going to take to keep the staff there, or any just kind of hopes at this point, but true game by game prediction. So we start off at Illinois State. I'm going to say that's pretty confidently a win.
Yeah.
And then week 2 is Michigan. How are you feeling about that one?
I feel like that's a little bit. It's kind of close to a coin flip for me. I think being in Norman gives Oklahoma the edge. I'm also, the other thing I think OU should be thankful for is, unlike Texas with Ohio State, where that's your first test of the season, you don't get that. Like, I love Illinois State. One of my high school best friend plays there, big fan of the Birds. You get a gimme to start off the season, get to, work out the kinks, and then you go and play Michigan. So I think Bryce Underwood coming in, his first legitimate real start at an SEC road environment, I think that's a really tough assignment for a true freshman. So I'll give Oklahoma the edge in that one, but I could see it going either way. I'm probably going to say I could see it going either way about a lot of these, but
all right, then
I think that's a true
third non-conference game is at Temple. Also going to go ahead and confidently say that's going to be a win for Oklahoma. I think regardless of how bad things could go, that's going to be a win in almost any situation. Then Auburn, the first SEC game, the first week of SEC play, and you're playing Jackson Arnold. This is in Norman, but it's going to be a big test, and I think probably the tone setter for the entire season, regardless of how the Michigan game goes. So, give me a prediction on that one.
Yeah, I think Auburn has a sneaky candidate is a sneaky candidate for having the best receiving core in the country. Add Eric Singleton from Georgia Tech, Cam Coleman comes back. It's a really deep room. Again, it's kind of in coin toss territory for me. Being in Norman and, with last season, the quarterback struggles that Oklahoma had, being able to win on the road at Auburn, I think Oklahoma has the edge in that as well. I think Josh Pate said Oklahoma has to start 5-0 this year. I think that's an absolute must. And I think they will. I think Auburn will be a really difficult game, probably a low-scoring game, but I think Oklahoma will probably pull that one out. It's going to really depend on how well Oklahoma can establish the run against a really talented defensive front as well. But I'd give Oklahoma the edge in that one.
Yeah, so let's say 5-0 because the next week is you've got a bye and then you've got Kent State, and Kent State is another one of those teams, true bottom feeder of FBS, and would be almost impossible for Oklahoma to lose that game. So 5-0, heading into Dallas and playing Texas in the Cotton Bowl and the Red River Showdown. I'm not going to ask you to do that game. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the rest of Oklahoma's schedule because you said 8 games is probably what it's going to take to keep them there. So you already have 5 wins. You need 3 more. You've got Texas on a neutral field. You are in Columbia playing South Carolina. And then you've got Ole Miss, back at home, at Tennessee, at Alabama. You got a bye week in between those. And then Missouri and LSU. So you think you need 3 wins there. Where do those 3 wins come from out of those games?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you not making me come on the Texas show and pick against Texas. I wouldn't do that this season. But I think, obviously with Red River rivalry, that's kind of, there's been plenty of cases in the past where the worst team has won. I think you could find one there, but obviously you don't bank on that. If I had a gun to my head, I would say Texas wins probably by 10 this year. But outside of that, I think Ole Miss at home is kind of where it starts. You have to win your home games in SEC play, especially if you're going to find 3 at that back stretch. And then this might be a little bit of a hot take. I think Tennessee is a very winnable game for Oklahoma this year. I was really low on Tennessee before the Nico situation. And I don't think they downgraded at quarterback to, a drastic extent, but I do think it's a slight step back. I'm a lot higher on Nico as a quarterback on the field than a lot of people are, especially after that sort of fiasco. But so I think Tennessee is one that you find in there. And then I think you wrap it up with, again, like I said earlier, I think Missouri is kind of a comfortable, you can chalk that in as a win for Oklahoma. If you can't get one on the road at Tennessee, I think South Carolina is the next best bet, which, out loud saying that, it kind of shows you how dire the schedule is for Oklahoma, that on the road at South Carolina with one of the hottest names at quarterback in the country, it's one of your best bets for a win. But I think that's kind of the situation they found themselves in with the schedule. So, I would say, if you can find a way to steal the game on the road at Tennessee, you can beat Missouri and you can, fend off Ole Miss at home. I think you can get to that sort of 8-win mark.
Yeah. And then ceiling and floor, because we've already done 5-0, so we know what the ceiling is the first half of the season. What would the ceiling be for, the second half?
Yeah, I think, if every question mark for Oklahoma gets answered in a positive, overwhelmingly positive way, I should say, I think the absolute ceiling is 9-3. And that's talking Mateer plays like a Heisman candidate. Defense doesn't take a step back. Will Huggins turns into the combine beast that we all, want him to. And offensive line is not a concern like, some like myself may think it is. All of that goes perfect for Oklahoma. I think you get 9 wins. The floor, this is kind of a difficult question because, naturally looking at the schedule, I'd say, well, I could pretty easily find 6 losses in here. But also, playing with the injury concerns they had last year without sort of that, marquee name at quarterback, Oklahoma still found 6 wins last year. Granted, non-conference play didn't include Michigan. So I will keep it at 6-6, I think, is the floor for Oklahoma. Absolute disaster scenario. I could see it slipping to 5, but I really think they'll find 6, even if you have that injury luck or, Mateer maybe doesn't pan out at the SEC level, which I wouldn't expect, but I would say floor 6-6, ceiling probably 9-3.
There we go. And we know, 5 or 6 wins, that'll do it for Venables. I mean, there's no question at 5. I really don't think there's much of a question at 6. And I hate to make you do this because I hate to, start a coaching search talk well before one's even warranted. But it's going to be, for Texas fans, a huge thing throughout the season, every single game. are going to be seeing how close they are to having Venables out of there. Are there any names that you have thought of or have maybe been mentioned, that could be the next coach at Oklahoma?
I think the natural one, it might be a little bit out of Oklahoma's pay grade, though, is Josh Heupel.
Yeah.
Played at Oklahoma. Still a lot of connections to Oklahoma, especially now with the situation Tennessee's kind of vaulting towards with, obviously the Nico situation is a huge part of it. I don't think Heupel's looking to leave Tennessee. And quite honestly, again, gun to my head, if you ask me, like, would Oklahoma be able to lure him away, I'd say probably not. I think that's kind of the first name, though. And then this is kind of depending on how these, let's say Oklahoma goes 6-6, depending on how those losses come, I think you could even see a promotion from within and see Arbuckle take the reins. That'd be a real risk, though. And I think Oklahoma kind of hired based on ceiling with Venables. You saw the championships at Clemson, and you looked at, well, maybe he can bring that defense to Oklahoma. We can keep the offense rolling, and the ceiling can be there. I think, especially with Castiglione kind of whiffing on, I won't say whiffing on Mosier just yet in basketball, but there were definitely people in the fan base calling for Mosier's head in the start of SEC play. With Castiglione, who is Oklahoma's athletic director, for those who don't know, whiffing on a few hires in a row, I think you'd see more of a hire based on the floor. Then the names, off the top of my head, there's a lot you could go there. Shane Beamer from South Carolina, another OU legacy. I think he would also get a phone call. I think best case scenario would be Heupel, though, for Oklahoma if Venables gets the boot after this season.
Yeah, I feel the same way, and I think that would be the first call, kind of undoubtedly. We're going to talk a little NBA later on here, but wanted to kind of do some crosstalk about the 26 recruiting, because there is a good amount of overlap between Texas and Oklahoma. Not maybe as much as there is in a usual year, and not as much for players from within the state of Texas. It's more of a national, range this year. California, Florida, where Texas and Oklahoma are recruiting the same names. I'm just going off of the official visit, breakdown that Oklahoma has. I see a good amount of guys that Texas is also hosting, and a couple where Oklahoma has taken the lead or definitely gone over Texas. Toa Katoa, interior offensive lineman out of UL's Trinity, someone that I actually had a crystal ball on to Texas, and someone that we felt really good about, ending up on 40 acres about this time 2 months ago. Toa Katoa at 6'3.5", 365, and every bit of it, and will very likely move to a college campus at larger than 365. This is someone that Texas has still reached out to, and I believe would still like to get on campus for an official visit, but things haven't been going too well, and Oklahoma's been doing a great job. SMU is the big player here because of who they have on their roster, and Jake Lange, who is a family friend of the Katoas, but Oklahoma has also been doing a great job. Give me just a little bit about Toa Katoa and where Oklahoma stands with him.
Yeah, I think, obviously, so my region's, Oklahoma, Colin handles a little bit more of the Texas stuff, but, obviously you get the official visit. I think that's the important sort of, I guess, milestone for, where Oklahoma stands. I think Bill Bedenbaugh, for how much flack he gets, he has done a fantastic job recruiting in the past few seasons. So, I think, getting that middle visit slot is not necessarily ideal. I think you'd rather either have the first or last word. Personally, I think as far as the front runners go, I think A&M's up there as well. I think Oklahoma's absolutely in the pack. Official visits change everything, though. So, I think historically, whenever Oklahoma can get a guy, especially with this Venables era, when they can get a guy on campus for an official visit, that kind of, I think that gives them a puncher's chance with just about anybody. So, I think Oklahoma's in a good spot for Katoa. I think visits will kind of tell the full story there, though.
Yeah, we'll see. That was one where Texas was kind of the initial leader, and Oklahoma has merged as one since then. On the flip side, Mason James, right in your backyard at Norman North. We talked about him on the show yesterday because Texas feels they're in a great position for him. Sent on an offer about a month ago. He's been on campus. He will be back for an official visit. This is, I would imagine, one of the most important recruitments for Oklahoma. No matter what the talent level is, you really want to keep the top guy out of your hometown and your college town there. And it seems like, there's some worry that Texas or, maybe one of these other contenders like, Mizzou or Washington or Arizona State could also do the same. Where is Oklahoma right now with Mason James? And tell me about kind of that importance, why this is probably a bigger recruitment for Oklahoma than it is for anyone else.
Yeah, I think I felt a lot better about where Oklahoma was for Mason James around when Under Armour Dallas was taking. I want to say, it was. Yes, he was at Under Armour Dallas, not Houston. I think Oklahoma's in a really good spot for him around. When was that? April-ish. February. Yeah, I keep mixing up the two dates. February. I think Oklahoma was in a lot better spot for him since then. Like you mentioned, he's been on campus at Texas. Oklahoma's still got an official visit slot for him. Off the top of my head, I could not tell you the date on it. But again, like you said, as far as let me pull up the Oklahoma recruiting rankings. Oklahoma really has not been off to a good start in recruiting their own state this class. You lose Colton Yarborough, a 4-star edge to Arkansas. Adam Austin, 3-star safety to Arkansas. I don't know how involved Oklahoma was for Austin. But then KD Jones, I think, is kind of the most frustrating name if you're an Oklahoma fan in 2026 recruiting right now. And I fear Mason James could be going down a similar path where KD Jones, had an official visit scheduled with Oklahoma, posted on Twitter, a photo of him as a kid and his Pee Wee team was called the Sooners. And then Oklahoma State sneaks in and steals him. In your backyard, you're the SEC program, and you lose him to Oklahoma State. That was a guy Oklahoma legitimately wanted. And I think Mason James, there's a real risk for Oklahoma that he goes down a similar path, but I think it would sting a little bit more for Oklahoma fans if it were Texas that got the signature and not, Oklahoma State. So, it's one where, given the start that you've had, where you've really only landed one of the top, 15 in Oklahoma recruiting when you are the University of Oklahoma, I think this is kind of a must-have for Oklahoma, and I think the official visits will be crucial for Oklahoma here.
It feels like, even in the NIL era, there's been some changes and kind of a different breakdown of what these elite programs recruit from in and out of state. Texas is doing a little bit less of it this year. It seems like Oklahoma's doing a little bit less. I know Nebraska is. So that's, a really interesting thing to look at. And obviously the talent level that comes out of, in-state talent for Oklahoma and the in-state talent for Texas is a big difference. And you are going to get some guys from the state of Texas that favor Oklahoma just because of the way things work and the way state lines go. But, not a ton of blue chip guys are coming out of the state of Oklahoma. That's just how it's always been and how it will continue to be. It's just not that populist of a state, and therefore you're not going to get as many top talents. One last little thing here on recruiting. I want to ask you who, the number one target is and who is kind of the must get. And those may be two different answers. But I feel it might be the same guy for Texas and Oklahoma. Oklahoma has the last official visit for Felix Ojo. And right now he's, for as long as I've been on the beat, 4 months here, has been the number one player and the must-get guy for Texas. Is that the same for Oklahoma?
I think as far as number one players go, yes. As far as must-get goes, I wouldn't say he's like the guy you have to have just because I think he's going to end up at Texas. I don't know how much Oklahoma can do to sway him. I don't think that's like a recruitment, like even Mason James, where it's like, wow, this is bad if you lose him. I think the biggest must-have is probably Jake Krell out of IMG. I think that's a guy that Oklahoma really needs to land. The Florida pipeline has been, something that Oklahoma has kind of gone back to a lot, and he's kind of the premier name as far as OU targets go. I think, talking about Felix Ojo, like I said, I think that's kind of Texas's race to lose right now. I don't think it's impossible for Oklahoma to sort of sneak in and sway him, but I struggle to see a world where he doesn't end up in Austin, if I'm being completely honest.
I kind of feel the same way. A lot of things we could talk about, and we'll probably have to get you back on in the summer with what's going on and quarterback recruiting in Oklahoma with the introduction of Bo Bentley to the board over the last few months, and a few other guys that Texas and Oklahoma share official visits with. Alshore Miles is one where Texas doesn't have an official visit, but now nobody may because he shocked the world and committed SMU over the weekend. Jordan Clay and KJ Ford on there, two guys that were pretty high on Texas' board previously and haven't had contact as of late. And I know, Oklahoma's doing pretty well for Jordan Clay. I know Kevin Ford's situation has been all over the place. So that'll, both probably be conversations for us to have at some point in June or July. We've got a few more minutes here, and Jordan and I have been spending the show the last few weeks talking a little bit of hoops. Blake, you got it in you? 10 minutes of that?
Yeah, let's do it.
You're a Thunder guy, right?
Yes, unfortunately, after game one, I am. Yeah.
Let's start with that. Playing the greatest player in the world, just an absolute crusher to end game one. What's kind of the outlook here for OKC? What's the worry at this point? Could this be a 5-6 game series, or is it kind of destined to go the distance?
This might confirm the biased fan allegation, the Homer allegations. I think if it's a 6-game series, I think Oklahoma City still has a shot to finish this thing out in 6 games. The reality is, 10 days rest and you started 0 for 10 from 3. I think that can be attributed pretty much exclusively to rust. You've been out for 10 days. Obviously, I think, to me personally, you'd rather finish a series quick in the second round. That's when legs start to get tired, I feel like. First round, I think they could have played a 7-game series with Memphis and been completely fresh heading into the Denver series. So, you start 0 for 10 from 3. You shoot 43% from the field. I want to say 31% from 3, and you lose off of a heartbreaker. You're right in it. You're still outplaying them for majority of the game. I think, we'll see. I'll say this: Oklahoma City has to have game 2. If they take game 2 and you can steal one in Denver, I think you're in a great spot to close the series out in 6 or 7. To me personally, obviously very, very frustrated after watching Aaron Gordon game, our what should be our title run. But I feel like that's a loss that you can kind of, if you take game 2, you can chalk up to, I haven't played in 10 days. Denver's been in the groove for, they just played a 7-game series. I think this is tonight is an important night though, for sure.
I feel the same way. I think it's a must game for OKC. You happen to watch the terror show, the just awful basketball being played in Minnesota last night?
Yes, unfortunately, that was. I watched until about 8 minutes left in the fourth when Golden State started to pull away again, and then I went off to bed. But
as someone that just watched Golden State for 7 games against the Rockets and feels that they actually do have what it takes to be, a team that can make a run, and I honestly think could, pull away here with a championship. Just having Steph and having Jimmy on a night where Steph either gets hurt or starts out 0 for 6 like he did against the Rockets in Game 7, and you can still win the game pretty comfortably. You're playing, if Nikola Jokic isn't the best player in the world right now, it's Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards plays awful in the first half of Game 1. He passes up shots, he can't make free throws. Things have gone off the rails here. For the Thunder, and I have a feeling the series will go. It'll be an odd series. It's going to 6 or 7. Not sure at this point. I still think it's a toss-up. I think either one of those teams has a championship run in them, and I also think they're both a huge threat to OKC, maybe even more than Denver. If you're the Thunder, who would you like to play in the conference finals if you make it there?
To me, I think the answer's for sure Golden State. Not because I love Steph Curry. My laptop wallpaper is him hitting the night after putting France to bed. Love him. As far as depth goes, I don't see a guard on Golden State's bench that can do anything with Alex Caruso in his grill. Same thing with the real weakness for Oklahoma City has been those the bigs who can grab rebounds. I think Jokic had like 22 against OKC in Game 1. We saw Gobert do the same thing against LA in Game 5. That's what really scares me is the bigs who can really dominate the boards. Because Oklahoma is a sound defensive team, but every defensive team cracks whenever you can't get rebounds, and I think that's what happened at the end of Game 1, and I think that's what happened throughout Game 5 in the Wolves-Lakers series. The other thing is, I feel the same way about Anthony Edwards that I did about Shea to start the Memphis series. He's been in a dry spell. Game 5 was bad for Anthony Edwards as well, but he's still Anthony Edwards. He's still going to hit huge shots, even in that against Golden State. When they kind of started to push a little bit, it was led by Anthony Edwards. So, he's a guy who he's not going to stay in a slump forever. I don't know if we have, even with Shea, I don't know if we have the defensive capabilities to contain him like you saw in Game 1. I'd rather play Golden State. I think either one, like you said, is a real threat. I think, it really only gets harder for Oklahoma City if they can get past Denver.
I think I can see any 4 of these teams winning the West at this point, but I would say Golden State does have the smallest chance, but I think there's just still so many questions around them and how this group meshes. I mean, they're playing better than anyone else right now, since the deadline at least. So really looking forward to the rest of that series, looking forward to the rest of the OKC series. I think it's going to be a great game tonight because we know how much pressure there is on the Thunder. Now to the ACC of the Western Conference's SEC. In the East, Indiana just pulling things out of their ass at this point. I mean, just coming up with comebacks out of nowhere. It was crazy that they were down at all at any point in last night's game. Cleveland didn't play 3 of their 4 best players. It was Donovan Mitchell and the boys. That was it. He was playing out there with the worst team he's played with all season, and they still almost won that game. Indiana takes a 2-0 lead, and then in the other series, the Knicks have a 1-game lead. And, they took Game 1, but that's one where I feel like almost guaranteed that Boston will get at least 2. Who do you like in the East in those 2 series, and who do you like in the East in general to make it to the finals here?
As far as the Pacers Cavs series, I hate to sound like Charles Barkley. I think that series is over. I think the Pacers are going to get it done in 5 or 6. You really only need to it sounds crazy to say this. You only need to win one at home to really put a nail in that coffin, especially if you can win the first one. As far as the Celtics go, it was fun watching the Knicks pretend that this is going to be a competitive series for a game. I think there's a real shot Boston just takes it in 5. Again, it kind of the same reason I'm kind of, I guess, excusing the OKC loss. It applies to Boston as well. They played a really quick series as well. The gentleman sweep over the Magic. I think you just saw a little bit of that rust kind of pour in, but I mean, this is a championship roster with championship depth. The Knicks are a fun team. I think Boston takes it in 5 or 6. I think Indiana takes it in 5 or 6, and then it's a pretty easy draw for me. I think I love Halliburton. It's been an awesome run so far. I think it comes to an end. I think the Pacers can push Boston to 7 though. So I'd say Boston, and I'll be a little bit conservative and say 6. I'd say Indiana in 6, and I'll be Boston in 7 to get out of the East.
I'll give you my finals prediction. I think it is going to be Denver and Boston. I think those last two teams, I can't doubt Nikola Jokic when he literally does not have a coach, when he's coaching the team himself. I feel like he actually wants it more than he ever has. And not that that's a pretty, high standard, because, the care level has been up and down over the last few years. Who are you taking those final two teams?
I would say don't take my advice for betting, because I'm fully biased and I'm completely a homer. I'm still taking Oklahoma City to make it out. This team is just so deep. And I know there's questions about the experience, but you also have a champion in that locker room with Alex Caruso. And I really, watching those post-game press conferences, the level of worry was just not there. I think they kind of know every title run has a game like that. I think Oklahoma City gets out of the West still. I think they'll probably play Golden State to do it. Out of the East, like I said, I think Boston takes it. And then unfortunately, my homerism does have to come to an end in the finals. I think Boston will win a 7-game series, possibly a 6-game series. Boston's just so deep. They won the championship for a reason last year. When you've got guys like Drew Holiday coming off the bench, it just, not even from like a perspective of like, wow, Drew Holiday's going to light you up. It poses so many matchup problems for your guards off the bench, who are normally not your first option, obviously, if they're off the bench. It just takes so many guys out of the equation completely. And then obviously you've got Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown. You already know about them. They've won a championship for a reason. I think Boston will probably do it again. I think everybody knows who I'm rooting for, though.
Yeah. All right, Blake, it's gonna do it for us. I really appreciate you coming on. I think a lot of the people in the chat are happy that we got some news on Oklahoma and kind of seeing what's going on there. And like I said, some conversations to revisit definitely in the summer, and hopefully again in the fall. And next on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, our friends at Fanatic Perspective and Texas Football Talk go over the biggest storylines surrounding Longhorn football. So another big weekend for Texas athletics coming up. So make sure to get to the TSU app. I'm Will. That's Blake. Jordan will be back on tomorrow. And we'll see you then.